They're saying there's a coastal flood watch. Does it look like it's raining? Inundation. Pretty relaxed. Did my walk, stopped at the store. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do it because now I'm under 100 SNAP food units and the never-ending insanity of damnation. But they have corned beef for $1.49 a pound, but you have to have that Stop and Shop card. I don't know if it's not a digital coupon. I don't know if they give. Someone gave me one because they would not give me a card. Yeah, like I applied for it. I probably still have the number written down. I tried punching the number in, and I just gave up. It's just clearly there's some sort of madness going on where a store you would think would question why they have a difficulty giving even me a Stop and Shop card to get your discounts. The Polar Seltzer is 77 cents. What is that? It's still more expensive than the 2 liters, but if you like different flavors, if I had a Snap Food card, maybe, but yeah, what's that, like $1.50 or something? Plus deposit, $1.54. It's like $1.25 or $1.30 for the Stop and Shop 2 liters, but all you can get is either lemon lime or raspberry, but it's salsa water, so yeah. Clearly, it's nice when you can get the liters. For some reason, they're easy to hold. You can hold it and drink it, and the flavors are different. If I had a Snap Food card, maybe, but I was hesitant about even getting the corned beef because of this. Oh, cabbage. I can't buy really stuff because I would have to drag it out because eventually I won't be able to get soda and water. It's the same thing over and over again. So it's like a dominance that they're going to win as God kills them all. If you want the short answer, it's a dominance that they think they win every time as God kills them all. But anyway, cabbage is good. I like cabbage in a salad because it's crunchy. It's good cooked too. I like coleslaw. I like cabbage in salad. I like cooked cabbage. So anyway, you can get 2 of them. I got one. It's like the turkeys. Then there's another branch you can get that's $2.49 a pound. That's still for beef. It's wicked fatty and it's probably loaded with bad stuff. Yeah, it's probably wicked bad for you, like nitrates and salt and stuff. Sure, that's why. But once a year, I do typically eat it. But anyways, it's pretty cheap for like any type of beef. I don't know if people do it anymore. In the past, I would have said there's always going to be people that formulate a plot plan to get more than 2 of them. I don't think people are doing that anymore. People have been, everybody but me has been flooded with so much food. They probably don't even understand why food is still an issue because they've been lied to and they don't know what people are doing or other people. Right. It serves no purpose to sort of quote unquote get people to do something, wake people up. It's just will not stop holocausting people and keeping me destitute. And then shutting off our communication so people won't give us stuff. Like they'll think that we're pretend homeless people, like that Paul guy. And those people go all over the place, and then people think there's no more homeless people. They tell people we won't take their services, and clearly, once you actually inquire about it, you'll realize it's nothing but horseshit. And people are just done, just waiting for them to drop off. This is a flyer that just started today. Yep, it's like that's it. That they would just do that forevermore. That's why I said it gets to the point now where this is the last one of these because it's their complete extinction on planet Earth. Praise God. But in the past, it gets to the point where no one with a thinking mind, you'd be mad. You're driven mad by these things because they're so retarded and so insane. And they literally will just want to talk about the same topics your entire life over and over and over again. Like that's a problem that people, figure out how to solve. You're mentally insane. You're the people doing it. It's not a problem that somehow people talk about and figure out how to solve. Just how you yourselves don't go mad at that point, I don't know. Yeah, like it's almost like a song that you like. It's like they're listening to trap songs their whole lives. Hey, Michael, here comes the, here comes the, here comes the, and then he would be the beat part of that. Y'all don't really want it now, and then I go, here comes the, and it's just that's all it is, but it sounds like words and phrases. Y'all don't really want it now, and every year like Christmas. And I mean, this is cycling faster than every year, but say every 6 months or something, or like every equinox, 4 times a year, I go, hey, Michael, here comes the, y'all don't really want it now. That is exactly how I would describe it from my point of view. And then some of them turn down for what? And then they go, do. I don't really want it. Because it is, they actually believe that battle wars and arguments and screaming and yelling and fighting, they think it's funny and fun. Oh, yeah. I'm going to smoke you this season. I don't really want it now. Like they came up with a new way to do it. Do. I don't really want it now. I am brand new. I don't really want it now. It's got to be like that. Like they literally think their entire lives are like a song they never get tired of. I'm going to put my bed down. Of course, I thought I was going to be warm. It happens every time, and now I'm going to be cold enough to close the window. That's why I have a short sleeve shirt on. It's like not quite warm enough for that yet. I don't really want it now. Jump, squat. Jump, squat. Probably some 25-year-old or something is like, yeah, let's get everybody to do this. Like Shawn Mendes, remember that? What in the hell is that? 75-year-olds going jump, squat. Jump, squat. That is some bright sunny sun. There was a whole bunch of traffic. I just think it's funny. It's going to be bad for those people coming out that street right there. There's going to continue to be that much traffic. Yeah. Sometimes traffic flows have to change based on the traffic, like how long that light is up here. That's going to be terrible for people right here if they have to increase the length of that light. Well, just know what it is if you're going this way. Like, what is that for people to turn onto High Park Ave? Yeah, just be prepared if it keeps doing that. Just depends on how often it's going to do that. There's like a hold up where literally the people coming out from that street now that I mentioned that truck came out of literally are stuck there. It's not even that other people's fault, but make sure you do not go through a yellow light. Not at that intersection. If people could please not do that in Walcott Square, don't go through a yellow light. That's why it's good to have the regular internet on. If you could please not go through a yellow light there on Neponset Valley Parkway. Okay. There's literally another light. Like it's not just the traffic is flowing. There's literally after that tunnel, there's another light. Okay, so yeah, just if you notice it turning yellow, so at first the people behind you might be jerks, but they're not going anywhere. Yeah, they are not going anywhere because honestly, that's probably the only way that happens is a bunch of people decided to burn, just keep going till it turned red and you're not going to go anywhere. There's another light right after that. There has to be because there's people that have to get on to High Park Ave. Apparently it's a busy thing, and because people won't stop, I assume, coming off of 128 and 93 and cutting through here. And then I don't know where they're coming from there. No, I'm sorry, this is them. These people probably want to turn on to High Park Ave. That's probably some of the traffic flow. Yep. The same bunch of people coming flying down Sprague Street. There's not that many houses here, and they just go flying that way and flying that way. Because that's how you get to 128 and 93. Right. So obviously there's probably a bunch of people would love to have that road closed. That's why the second they put this bridge in right here, issues. Because anybody that lives down here knows how to get here. I'm sure they'd rather drive an extra 2 minutes than have all this traffic. Anybody that lives here, anyone that lives down the manor, anybody that lives here. I'm sure they'd love it if that bridge went bye-bye. Like clearly when they put that bridge in, they must have done it so for that very reason, so people could get here from the highway, and they shouldn't be doing that. It's a complete cut through. There's nothing here that they want from the highway. It's a residential neighborhood. You got this rock wall thing, and you have like a towny restaurant bar. My hand to God. It's like a towny market. You know how each little town area had their own market, and then conglomerates came and ruined everything. They still have their own little market there, and they have their towny restaurant. There's nothing else down here but residences. I know, and I'm sure they don't mind wherever they're coming from to just go a different direction. Like they would just come right down the same road, but they stop here. They don't go flying here. I mean, especially the people that live down the manor. They just go up and down Sprague Street probably. They don't need to go this way. Why the hell would they need to go this way for anything? They know how to get there if they need to go that way too. You just go right up and turn on to, is that Whiting Avenue? Is that what that road is? No, not Whiting Avenue. There's another train station. There's Endicott, by the way. They don't even use this. Like I said, you would drive to Fairmont, wouldn't you? Because isn't the fare cheaper than it is here? Yeah. So anyway, they go, you would go Oakdale, right to River Street. You go right through Oakdale to River Street, and you're right there. I'm sure they would consider it worth it to not have cars flying around and all that traffic noise. I'm sure it wakes some of them that are tucked in the back, maybe, because there's roads that go back there. They may not notice it as much as people right in the street, but They must notice it when they have to pull in and out of their street, all that traffic. But yeah, and if you started to smell like exhaust all the time, you'd notice it. Oh my God, in that hotel. That was the other thing too. They put me somewhere with just constant exhaust because it was right on a highway. Where people on the third floor, you don't have that. I know. I maybe put the smokers there. That's why those are smoking rooms. Anyways, I know just some of the crap. It's like I can't help you with your traffic problems. Those people are driving on purpose. I can't help you with your water problem. By December of 2021, after what you people did to me, I can't help you with your people driving problems and your water problems. Can't help you. So, having some water. Having some water. I guess I'll have some of this one because this lime might be ready to go. Oh, I still got a little bit of soda too. I gotta mix some of this in there. The coconut. But oh my God, I haven't listened to that song in so long. I used to love that song. Put the lime in the coconut. That was one of my favorite songs. I gotta revisit that. Do I have any more coconut stuff? Yeah, let me put that in. It looks like it's okay. Yeah, it smells good too. I got like 5 limes left. One of them I gotta cut up definitely. Excuse me. Tomorrow. I'm gonna have some almonds and raisins. I already mixed them together in a big bag. So I was gonna divide it out, and I went just eat until you're full, and then close the bag up. Yeah, I mean, I'm clearly not going to eat too much, and I doubt I can eat a pound of almonds. Yeah, I don't think I can eat a pound of. It's not like peanuts. That's why the peanuts are actually. But I'm definitely grateful to have almonds because it's something, and it's. Yeah, I was eating the walnuts, but almonds taste better. Yeah, I think when they gave us these almonds before, I just remember they're wicked good. I think that's the one. They had 2 different brands. Last year. Yeah, and they actually wicked good. I don't want to know. They're probably fried in oil or something. It's not salt. But anyways. I didn't even look, but I'm assuming they're unsalted. The other one was had like a green bag. Yeah, there's no salt. It says roasted almonds. That's it. And they're roasted, so that's not. It has no sodium. It says it right there. 0 cholesterol. They're not fried, anyways. But I think it was like a green bag. Probably this is probably what I'll be wearing to the food pantry, but maybe a different shirt if it's cold. I do this, and then I just sleep in the clothes. Not all the time, but I've been doing it lately. Not gonna lie, I brush my teeth and wash my face. Yeah, but I just get up and go and wash up after. I think I used to do the whole shebang when I was walking there. Yeah, even in the winter, I walked there that day. It was like 9 degrees out. It was like, remember that one night when it was like scary? It was like 10 below, and the wind was whipping around, and they had people from Pine Street Inn on CNN talking about their outreach program and picking up people from South Station and stuff like that. To make sure people weren't outside because it was like scary cold. And like I said, that night, like the windows were rattling and stuff. That is not usual New England weather. Like we weren't having a nor'easter. There was no snow. It just was frigid. You can get that with a nor'easter. It's almost like a hurricane in the wintertime. We never have nor'easters anymore, but we used to have them when I was younger. It's like a wintertime storm. I would assume it's like a hurricane. I'm kind of just saying that without knowing, but it's like a windy snow. It's not just like a regular snow. But uh, it's been a while since we've had one of those. We haven't had normal winters there. So, anyways, that's not like an unusual thing for New England, at least Massachusetts. That's where I grew up in Dedham. So, I walked to the food pantry that morning. So by the morning, it was like the coldest time, but I think it was only about 9. I don't think it was any colder than that. Was it 9 below or 9? Anyway, I wore that fur coat and I was fine. I like lay it up too because that was like I didn't realize how warm that coat was until that day. I started feeling hot on the way back. Yeah, just people were stopping their cars on the way back to ask me if I wanted a ride because it was so cold. They were probably freaked out that someone was walking around with a cot. They might have thought I was homeless. And I told them to stop talking to people. It was 2 of them. They're probably like, this person's a complete asshole. That's what I get for trying to do something nice. Sometimes I get wicked freaked out because of the shit I've been through. I've had people that I was living with follow me to a food pantry and literally go like this in the aisles. I've had people that I was living with stop me on the street at the Dedham High School, take my entire cart of food and put it in their car and drive off. Okay. And then when I got to the house, food was missing. And when I asked about it, I was attacked. So I've been through a lot in 13 years, the stuff that I've had to endure. So sometimes people don't understand other people. But again, that's what's good about the internet. And then not shutting people off and everybody's at odds and blah, chaos. I think you're just trying to hide what you've done, not exactly making chaos. That's about it. Get your beef briskets. Let me put my bed down. That is why, in my species, God creates writers, and then other people don't kill them because they fly into envious rages. Here comes the. Something seems like it's missing. I'm not sure what it is yet. It's probably the robe. Yeah, no, I purposely put the robe away because I didn't think I was going to need it tonight. I got the other laptop over there. I probably should grab that before I get too comfortable. Maybe are people feeling grateful to have the that can do their own shopping, that can shop online, can go to the store, have their own snap cards. Are they feeling like they have something other people don't have? Does it really come to that? All the people that can bathe, I'm one of them, but I don't do that. It's like based on obviously what I've been through, but it becomes just such a madness that it's difficult to explain. Just ever in a day. They did that at the shelter the last time I was out there. You just go, well, I'm supposed to be grateful because we're not sitting in a chair. 24 hours a day. That's what they're doing, not they're sadistically insane. And then, okay, it's not because you know about people's medical conditions and they're going to blow up and their belly's going to go out. You're actually trying to teach people to be grateful at that place. Okay. Why is the place called Yawkey? Where did they get all that money from? Right. Anyways. Y'all don't really want it like. And then we're supposed to talk about that. Are we supposed to talk about that for another 50 years? No. Y'all don't really want it now. I don't know. It's just funny. I'm sorry. I can't explain my humor. Y'all don't really want it now. Yeah, I mean, I would like if I was if I was like forced in a shelter or like out in Quincy or something. Just every time someone started talking to me about, I would just go, "Y'all don't really want it now," and then my friend would go, here comes the," and then people would just look at us like, if I had a real fucking boyfriend, if that dude was what I thought he was, like if like a Charles Manson would do it, like a Charles Manson would do it. Absolutely. And then people would just think we're a couple of just dirty, nasty, fucking homeless people because they don't know what the fuck we're talking about. I'm brand new. Y'all don't really want it now. You guys are so used to dealing with people that are like manic and sadistically insane and psychopathic, not quote unquote schizophrenics. Y'all don't really want it now. I don't know what that was. Sound like I was choking myself, but nothing going in now. Yeah, these are looking good, these almonds. I'm having an issue with this side of my mouth. It's like, oh God, please. I know. Because of my age and stuff, that's shit starts to break down. That's true. I have been having hormone issues and the radiation shit. So hopefully it will go away. I've had some weird shit that happened before and went away. I don't think schizophrenics are mean. Nope. People get mixed up between people that's psychotic, people that like they have like a dementia, people that are manic, which is almost the same thing, right? Not schizophrenia, which is basically supposed to mean slash human being. But now it just means give drug addicts medication. All this schizoaffective shit. They don't care if these people get Social Security as long as they're drug addicts. Right, if you're not going to actually do anything with that money, They gladly take you out of the competitive market. Not you're actually disabled. Or it could be something like that with that Brian guy. That's why it's so disgusting. I don't have to like him, but I mean, clearly he's got issues. Why doesn't he collect? Why isn't he in disabled housing? It's disgusting. It's because of the way he looks. Say he was reduced capacity. Now, even if you're mentally retarded, if you're remotely hot, you're not even getting disability checks. The people running this shit are mentally retarded. They don't believe in mental retardation or that that's a hindrance from doing any job. Disparities in college educations, disparities in neurosurgery, not your lifestyle and your genetics. It's disparities in healthcare. The only group of people who had healthcare, but it's disparities in healthcare. White guys had to go into the military, and white girls too. How do they think white girls are getting health insurance? Disparities in mental capacity. All a bunch of bullshit. Like people that are mentally insane and paranoid and make up things. It's anything but change your diet and exercise and genetics. It's anything but that. Especially when you insist you're supposed to be fat. And that's better. Y'all don't really want it now. There you go, Joey. Every one of them that starts talking about someone's going to give them a voucher. Oh, I guess they said they have a list and they're going to give out housing now. Y'all don't really want it now. Set up a fucking boombox courtyard at the Quincy Public Library for every newcomer. As soon as they start talking, the switch hits. Doom, doom, doom. Y'all don't really want it now. I already messed up the joke. It's supposed to go zoom, zoom. Here comes the, here comes the. Right, and wait for them to ask you what the hell is going on. Why are you doing that? They like I don't know about Joey, but if I was there, March of 2012, do I look like I'm in housing? Do I look like I have an income? They're criminally deranged. Did I give statements to Social Security the day I was in a courtroom all day in Dedham, Massachusetts? I just conjured up that the chick has complete dementia and thought it was like a. She doesn't know that she's thinking it because it's part of dementia. Because your brain is sick. She thinks she's doing a Social Security case, but it's an acting show, and she's going to put me in jail, and she's going to make up excuses to get as close to me as she can. And do dominances and chase me out of Quincy in my leggings because I got a nice ass. Well, it's sad too because she also looks like she's anorexic if you saw her, which can happen with dementia. Well, she's Asian, so I don't know if it's just the way she's dressing. I mean, she looks pretty skinny to me, but I'm not a doctor. They'd have to put her on a scale. I have thought about it, but only when I was doing my jog walks. I get to the. It actually is the U-Haul. The train was there today. It is the U-Haul. Yeah. Uh, that street where the U-Haul is. It's actually not the one with the bridge. Mystery ended. Did I mess it up and so not? Oh my god. All I know is the mystery ended today, and I already am going. Wait a minute, was that the U-Haul? Because the train was actually there. You can see it from Truman Parkway when it's parked there. So, um, it's got to be the U-Haul. Yeah, because I remember going. I wonder if you can get to it right from walking right through here. Yeah, right at that plaza. Yeah, because I remember looking, and it's that parking lot where I saw cars. Yeah, that's where it is. It's where the U-Haul is. And I was like, I wonder if you can walk to it from here, like through that parking lot behind that little plaza where the Forever Young is. So that's a mile from there to Stop and Shop. I thought about trying to jog it on the way there. It was either when I was doing my jog walks in the basement or when I was walking on the way. And nothing, it doesn't seem that far, but when you start jogging, it might be. If I was going to do that, I should probably walk only to there and then jog back. Or start at Stop and Shop and jog there and walk back. I would kind of recommend this. Don't jog there and then go. I think I'm going to walk up here now and don't do that. Just a recommendation not to do that. I understand the thought, but I don't think that's wise. Feel uncomfort. My regular walk, once you turn the corner, like if you went that way, you're in Mattapan. Like you have to make a decision. You get once you go past that bench. I'm usually on the other side of the street by then. That's usually where I cross, right where that crosswalk is before that bench. I usually cross. So you've either got to go that way to Mattapan or you have to turn onto 138. Once you turn like that, Don't ever think about turning around. I actually think it's shorter the rest of the walk. I'm actually thinking it's less distance going up the hill and back around than to turn around and go back. Like it's like the Greek market, but it's actually more interesting than the Greek market because clearly when you turn at the Greek market, you're at the tail end of the walk, but it's wicked boring. It's just one straight thing, and there's nothing. There's no hills. There's no trees. There's no ocean. There isn't even like animals. No, there isn't like a place where there's geese. I mean, yeah, especially since they're doing what they're doing to the bridge. That used to be the one basic cool view, and there was swans and ducks and geese there. It's not like this is, I almost said Mecca. I don't know what Mecca looks like. It's not like this is a beach setting, but at least it's hills, so it's more challenging. It goes by faster when it's more challenging. To me, just a straight flat rip like that, and it's nothing but houses. In the wintertime, that cemetery that you go by, I would walk in the snow there. Did anyone go by that cemetery, by the way? It's cool. It's got like a Jewish part and a Catholic part. You could film like a old style Night of the Living Dead, like the original one. You could film something there. I totally thought of that when I was there. I went, this would be a good place to do a film scene like that. That's true. I have a phone now. Now that the winter's over, but you got to do it on a dreary day. Unless it seems more eerie on a sunny day. Yeah, I don't like to bring my phone when it's raining. I've done it, but I don't like to do it. I know. Don't you wish I could live stream on my phone? I don't know how much video my phone can actually hold. I don't know what the limit is. Like to make a video and then upload it. It kind of doesn't work like that because, yeah, like I'd have to stop walking in the middle of, as soon as I got into a rip of talking, I'd have to literally stop walking and then start a video. It's not going to work like that. Yeah, like witnessing the process, I think would be beneficial. God might, if he might do it to me, for people that are new to the recovery program. But I don't really do that anymore. But there's people shouting and stuff. They need to be walking. I said that they've either got to be walking or they've got to be medicated. Are they unable to walk? Well, I don't know if it's just my species or not, but it should go away in time. But they have to walk every single day. They don't have to walk 10 miles a day. Right. They're supposed to be trying to work their way up to a mile. And they have to do it every single day. Because if you're working your way up to a mile, yeah, you've got to do it every single day. Because I don't want to be mean, but you're at the bottom of the threshold for fitness. Like, you might be. If you're homeless, you don't have a house to walk around. I don't know, someone like Boston Common, one loop is obviously beyond walking around your house twice. How it's 2 songs is the minimum, and you have to do it every day. And wasn't it only for like a week? And then you have to go like to that bridge and back every day. You just make yourself do it. You obviously can do that every single day. In the past, if you actually said, I'm gonna go, like literally, I don't want to scare people, but um in the past, if you told yourself, I'm gonna start this new thing and I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna walk around my house for 2 songs, and you couldn't do it every single day, you need to go into a hospital, right? And then some of those people join the military when they realize that they've got a problem that severe. Sometimes you don't know your problem is that bad until you actually do that. And then go, oh my God, like I can't even do 2 songs a day every single day. Like that is fucked up. I started going from 12 Flanagan Place to that CVS and back. I think it's like 0.8 miles. I bought 2 sodas because I had a SNAP food card, the 16 ounces. That was when I quit smoking. And then I would get like shaky from having a panic attack. You have to walk. It's all adrenaline. It's called fight or flight. Yeah, walking helps you. You might actually feel like you're shaky and shit when you first start walking. Been through it all. Believe me, I don't want to hear shit about. You don't understand. I went through that shit with James because I used to get panic attacks. I had to listen to that shit from him. It's like, dude, you need to be thrown into a fucking AA meeting. Worst words of a druggie or worst words of a, I don't know what that is, alcoholic that won't admit he's alcoholic. I mean, clearly James drank before then. Some people don't know what alcoholism is. But worst words of a druggie. You don't understand. With the panic and shit. Right, you go. Some people seem to forget. I went into a hospital not once but twice, and then I was going to a therapist every week. So I'm aware of panic attacks. Mhm. I explained it to the people that are new to giving speeches. I don't know if people could notice. Like, if you ever tried to do public speaking, and then as soon as you were nervous, you like, I can't do that. You don't understand people that do it, right? Like, you'll be nervous, and even like your mouth is going to shake, and you just keep talking, and it goes away. It's almost like walking. Well, maybe they teach that. I have no idea. I didn't take that in college. They might teach you that. I'm not sure people notice, right? But it goes away. Pretty hungry, I guess. I was thinking it when I got that brisket. I'm like, don't go to the store, Mary, when you're hungry. That was like $9. That's a lot of water. Here comes the different type of water, yo. But people don't have any water. Here comes the disparities in water consumption. What else are you going to say? Seriously, what else are you going to say when you have generational, not just apartments? Those aren't rooming houses they put those folks in. Nope, there's been people in this family that live in them, okay? Those are full-on apartments. It's like a townhouse, for fuck's sake. Those aren't rooming houses, okay? There are people who rent apartments way. I've talked to people in New York, way smaller than an apartment in Veterans Road, which it has no veterans in it. At least since I was a child, there hasn't been veterans in that fucking place. It's disgusting. Okay. And it's not just those females' fault. It's something they've done to females. It's just absolutely disgusting. Okay. Those are like townhouses. So I'm sure in LA, in New Orleans, and just generations of it, you got some of them have houses through a Section 8 for spreading their legs. Okay. So you're talking about people in houses and public housing that it's like a townhouse, and then they're given clothing allowance, SNAP food cards, cash money. You just go, and then they go to all the churches at the holidays and stuff and get gifts and all. They know every donation thing in a planet, St. Vincent's de Paul and all that shit. I remember hearing about it from Candy. They're experts in it. Oh, yeah. So then you go, disparities in healthcare, because those people all had health insurance. Disparities in healthcare. So now they're not giving you healthcare even though you have health insurance. That's what you're saying. Oh my fucking god. I think you actually re-killed Martin Luther King Jr., but if he was a living, okay, I'm sure just what the fuck? Disparities in healthcare? You people attacked my fucking mother because she wanted us to have health insurance. Rip the hair right out and throw it on the fucking ground. I'm not the right color. I can imagine all the things that are made up now after 2 5 star and Mohammed sword and all that. I can imagine. What do you make up when you know that you're just filled with bigoted hatred? Here comes the jump squat. This is good stuff right here. I don't know. I've had red beans and rice. That is good. I don't think you'd get fat on red beans and rice, like I say. Nah, like I have a thing with the carbohydrates because of my liver, but I don't know if you're getting fat on red beans and rice. Uh, Most people use pork in that, which you shouldn't even be eating pork, right? So isn't that what you usually use, or like sausage? I started cooking that stuff. I used to love Italian sausage. You kidding me? Pork chops, smoked shoulder. I used to make a, a pork picnic. That's like a smoked shoulder that it isn't smoked and you just bake it. I used to cook all that stuff. Pork loins. I never liked bacon though. Ham, ham with Gould's mustard and stuff. I don't think that's getting you fat. I mean, it might be the rice part or it's like the pork or something in it. Yeah. I don't know. It could be genetics. Yeah. It might be genetics, but yeah, like it could just be like a bigger body size, but you would only know if you had a walking program over like I've always been active, so I don't know if you can count me, but I started this walking program a decade ago. It was 2014. One thing that's good about raisins, I don't think you use as much. If you don't like raisins, then that's not going to help you. But you could probably cut those dried cherries into like at least by half, right? But I think that you actually, because I know myself from buying dried fruit, I think I use way less of it when it's raisins. I've noticed one of those boxes of raisins will last me quite a while. But I know if it's figs, it's like way more carbs if it's figs. That's my favorite one, the dried figs. Yeah, I was on the dates for a long time, but then it has to be certain ones. Some of them taste way too sweet to me. Yeah, like I don't like the ones that taste like candy. That's way too much sweetness. But figs have always been harder to get. I used to get them at Walmart. They called them figlets. Those ones are even funnier. It totally looks like a testicle. Yeah, like I gotta say, it definitely does. So it's probably funny just Michael Foran with the Netflix. Now she's eating ball testicles. Okay. I wasn't even doing that in 2020. I did. I had the peanuts in one of those things with raisins. That's how I knew that dog. Because I was going like this, mixing it, and the dog was like, it's because of rattlesnakes. That was like an awesome dog. Brian said he didn't think he had the dog anymore. Oh no, he didn't have his truck anymore. That's what it was, not the dog, right? I know you just go. Dogs can live a long time. It didn't seem like an old dog to me. Yeah, he has a pit bull, and it's like that gray color, that silver gray. Yeah, that's really nice looking dog. You could see like muscles and stuff like my shoulder. That's like the whole dog is like that. Like a tiny horse, yeah. But anyway, it seemed to me to be a snake dog. So, oh, so what was I saying? Yeah, I didn't have figs there. That was when I I'm gonna repeat the story because it's funny. I was going to the Stop and Shop in Quincy. It's at the clearance, and they had like the little packets of that Justin's almond butter, and they had rice cakes and raisin bran. I remember I got, and I like made one, and I put raisin bran on it, and I offered one to him. Would you like a rice cake with almond butter and raisin bran? I had tortillas, and I was putting like peanut butter and was it oatmeal or just peanuts and I can eat a lot of food. I eat a lot of that. So you definitely don't get fat on that. No, especially when you're walking around a lot. Yeah, like in what happened to me is in New Mexico, I could eat like just unbelievable amounts of food. Obviously, 26 miles a day carrying gear around. Um, I was eat. That's when I was eating flour tortillas. I don't eat flour tortillas like that. No, it was only when I was out there. I was eating them like every meal. And so when I got to Quincy and I wasn't walking anymore, yeah, it was an adjustment. I was still basically eating. I don't know if this happens to quote unquote bodybuilders. I was still basically eating like I was in New Mexico, and there wasn't really a reason to be. Alex, I thought you had a baby because I had the stroller. My gut was like out to here. Yeah, from eating and from not being able to rest. That's what happens because of my liver. It's actually not funny, but um, I thought you had a baby. They all started saying that about the stroller. They were doing it before my belly popped out like that, but it's because of not being able to follow my diet and rest program. It's actually not funny to do that to a person, but um, because in Roswell, like I said, I look like I swallowed a bag of marbles. So I don't have any body fat there. No. So, anyways, especially by that time, that was right after I came back from there. But yeah, I mean, I was like up in the cemetery in Quincy, and they were selling like sliced up bagels for 75 cents, a whole bag for 75 cents. I was like, oh my god, bagels! And I'm putting like cream cheese and raisins on cream cheese, and I did. I thought I needed that much food. I was eating like a block of cream cheese with raisins on bagels. I was like wicked full. It was like I felt I like yeah, like it's funny because I guess I just was like acting like I was still in New Mexico and I wasn't walking anywhere. I walk over here and it's like I didn't just walk 26 miles, maybe cut back on the food intake. Would you like a rice cake with almond butter and raisin bran? Like a child, I know. I just thought of that. It is. It's totally like a child making Play-Doh. Would you like a It is. Oh my god! I totally just thought of that now. I didn't think of that till now. It is. It was totally like that. Like I have a easy bake oven or something, and I'm making real food. I'm at one of those plastic kitchens, but it's outside. They have one outside. Flood warning. I went over that. I'll go over it again. In terms of the news, if people think it's raining, why there's a flood warning? Like, is that a joke? I'm not trying to make people mad. I'm just in terms of atheism. What's SJC? SJC rules in favor of mass towns ban on tobacco sales to anyone born in 21st century. Is that under 24? That I don't know, man. That seems. I thought it was 18, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, really, I think maybe just tell them it's bad for them. But is it 18 or 21? Maybe 21. Like, is it 21? But it probably should be 21 because it's the same kind of thing as alcohol. Um, well, everything is weird right now. I mean, obviously, you don't want anybody you care about smoking, but you can't control people's life like that. The products are there. It's kind of like that. You would have to have no cigarettes, or you can't do that. Like maybe 21, because it's the same as alcohol. Even though 22 is kind of it agree isn't that the agreed upon age in terms of brain growth and maturity? Because of college, you'd be graduating from college at age 22. Probably. That's probably why it's those years. Presumably, after college, then you can think about courting for marriage. That way you don't end up with pregnant women who can't complete college. Right, we understand all that. It's a mix and mingle, grow up time away from your parents, but you're not supposed to be intercoursing. Right. So, anyways, maybe 22, but yeah, 24 seems a little bit crazy. Maybe 22. Yeah, 21 or 22. And honestly, alcohol should be 22. But I mean, good luck changing that now. But I guess, I mean, laws are laws. And then you always know that there's going to be people buying people things because they're misled and ill, like Brian. Right. And then that's an aspect that I wasn't aware of. They'll actually start threatening a person for doing it. I doubt it's even true what he was saying to Brian. Right. He was telling Brian, because Brian bought him alcohol one time, that if he doesn't keep buying him alcohol, he's going to report him to the police for the one time that he did. I doubt it works like that, Brian. Right. I doubt it works like that because the first offense is probably some sort of a misdemeanor anyway. Right. Like you would just get a warning anyway, even if you somehow got arrested. They just go, okay, just so you know, right, that's a crime. Don't do it again. Right. Just obviously, I let that be known. It wouldn't even need for a person to go into some sort of a courtroom, Jesus Christ. But um, anyways, um, yeah, because when you are that sick and all, and you want money for drugs, you want money for booze, yeah, you want money for cigarettes. Who knows how many of them? That's why how young people are getting alcohol bought for them, right? So, um, yeah, I'm not sure that most people are just doing that unless you're paying them. Well, I mean, yeah. Then you have one of them that's 28 that wants to now hang out with a 20-year-old. He's gonna buy Brian booze. He's gonna buy a 20-year-old booze. I know you just go. I think 20 is a little bit young for you two dudes to be hanging around with. I don't even think Brian should be hanging around with the 28-year-old, but I think 20 is a little bit young for you two folks to be. You got a 28-year-old and a 36-year-old, or 35 at the time, just about to be 36. I think that's, you know, and one of them is, they're both sex offenders too. I know they're clearly both sex offenders, but one of them is going around threatening people, trying to intervene. But anyways, tobacco. One of the things is if it was me, someone has to manufacture that. Someone has to farm it and manufacture it, right? But it, we're trying to keep a population calm for their extinction, so I'm sure that's why people are still agreeing to do it. All of that stuff was probably contemplated, like planet wide, and through process of 15 years and almighty God talking to people, I think people are back on a thing where they're just pacifying people till they die, but they have to be deaded. Like that doesn't mean that you let people keep working that are holocausting others. That's not part of peacekeeping. Okay, let's get a grip on ourselves. People that are sick that want this Holocaust to continue. Okay. We're talking about providing food, providing water, providing entertainment, providing alcohol, providing products, providing cigarettes. Not you get to keep holocausting people. So we're still at a standstill with that, right? That was never part of peacekeeping. Holocausting people, that's then I guess you're going to be unpeaceful, right? That's not part of anything that anybody is doing to keep peace. Holding people captive, keeping people hostage, if there is any illegal imprisonment going on, because apparently they don't want. Is that why we can't be prisoners? I hope not. Yeah, I hope it's because you're verifying we're not actually criminals. And then some of them tried to turn us into criminals because I was already a hostage at that point. You're trying to turn your hostages into criminals and then say that's what's going on in a retrograde insanity. Right, just that's never discussed in the courtroom. It's not like we murdered people. We punched someone in the face that attacked us. I know, like literally, we're all going to become Charles Manson, but we literally didn't do anything. just like he said. I saw one of the interviews, just like he said. I'm pretty sure he told you that people. It was he either said you or he said people put Jesus in prison. Right? Did Jesus do anything? Is that what God tells you in the book, that Jesus did something? Or they did it because of envy? Said he was the Son of God. Is that what the charge was? Said he was the Son of God? Right. But they knew that people turned him over because of envy. Those are the people that turned the person over to whatever authority because of envy. Not they actually cared about what they were doing. Get it? Not they went, this is terrible, or that should be a crime, or how appalling. Right? Their sole motivation was envy. Well, I'm sure a bunch of us want to be Jesus at some given time, don't we? Except for me. I'm Mary. My name is Mary. My name isn't Jesus, and I'm not the Zeus. I've never been told I'm anybody's muse. Oh, shit. That's right. She said that John guy is the Zeus. Ugh. Spartans, Jesus and Mary. Not where, not he's, I don't know. I don't, he's not my kid this time. I don't know. I don't know if that was ever my kid. Yeah, I don't know if that was ever my kid, but Jesus and Mary. No, we're adopting Charles Manson at the next thing. He can eat Funyuns and be salty and have good hair. Yeah. And I am brand new. He can go hairless too. Yeah. I don't think Charles Manson would ever sexually assault me. No, I really don't think so. I mean, after saying that stuff that you put Jesus in jail, I don't think he would. Nope. That Brian guy said he's not really into the Bible. He's got a God in the sky. I mean, I went over a bunch of that, but you go, I don't understand what this is because this Aboriginal crap in Australia is a leper colony, right? That so maybe that's what he actually is, and he's not my species, right? Maybe he was in a leper colony. I mean, you're an AB original. You're an Abe original. Those are two different things, by the way. You're an Abe original. You're an AB original. Where's your twin? Yeah, you're an AB original. I guess so, but I mean, I guess I thought she looked like his mother, but that's what I said. I go, she either looks like his sister or his mother. They even had the photos side by side during the case, and you go, you think that they're screwing? I don't know that she looks like his mother there. Like they look related, don't they? I thought so. Maybe they're AB original. I don't know. I know you just go. I don't know. Why would he be amused though? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, how could he be amused? Well, maybe he wasn't, but he was trying to be. Is that possible? Yeah. Well, no, he's someone's muse. I was musing him too, so he maybe he is, but you go the thing about the concerts and stuff. Like he seems like he's like a little kid who thinks he's a muse. Yeah, like it seems like all of his stuff is like completely innocent, like childish stuff. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. That's why it's funny. The entire thing about this whole Billy the Kid and stuff, all of that is like two children that, and some people have wicked dirty minds. I mean, some of it is funny, but like the people making it up don't even know what you're talking about. Just let you know. I explained it. Hey, you like the new kicks? And then it's like all he has like a rail trail, and you're like, what do you what's going on there? Like he's a kangaroo with a baby in a pouch, and it's like tail is sticking out. That's why I'm like, please tell me that they're called kids, and they're not. A goat is called a kid. I totally thought I was making up something when I was writing all that stuff, and I just go, oh my god. Someone already made up these entire stories, Mary, not this is. All of it. Poseidon and what was the thing about retrieving eggs and stuff? Like these are all already stories. Oh yeah, just I'm like musing away. They're all beach poems. They're all beach poems, and you just go, wait a minute. This is I'm like stuck in some sort of a previous or something. What is this? I don't think she has a bra. I didn't notice. Eyes up, turn around, no one behind you. That's what it means. Yeah. I mean, it sounds funny because it sounds like something else, but from my point of view, that's not what it was. Like, you could have had like two, I don't know, preteens or teenagers or something, and they're like saying stuff, and then other people are like laughing their heads off because it sounds funny to it's like a Disney film. Like Dawson's Creek. People that are immature, yeah, like just immature friends. that have like no actual sexual attraction towards each other. Sure. He's modeling. I went to Bob's on, and then he's doing modeling up and down the thing at the shelter. Do you still have your skateboard? I know, just do you still have your skateboard as a compensation? Hello? Is it possible this person is way too young for you if you're asking him if he still has a skateboard? Anyways, that's when he said too many injuries, yeah. They still have adult stores. Oh God, so disgusting. They have the story posted twice too, just to make sure that we have to look at it. I'm not doing the beans because I'm probably gonna have that brisket tonight. I'm not eating brisket with chickpeas. Chickpeas have to go with poultry. Yeah. Beef has to go with like black beans or like pinto beans or kidney beans or something. Lentils, pretty much anything but chickpeas. I never eat those northern beans, like the white beans. I don't like those. I shouldn't. I've eaten them in the past, but I really don't like them. I'd have to be like, that's the only bean I can get. I think that's what they make baked beans with. You know what just dawned on me? I wonder if that's why Al's mother refused to eat the black beans that I made. I had forgotten that she used to make baked beans. That was one of her things. Yeah. No, I ate it because you don't want to be rude to, your mother-in-law. And she really cooks anything. So I knew it was like important to her because she really did. I don't remember if it probably was good. I don't remember it being particularly bad or anything. I don't remember, but I'm really a nice person. Like, obviously, I'm sort of like a mature, I guess, person. Even though when I have problems, there's certain things I guess that don't change about your personality. So uh, I could tell it was important to her that she cooked baked beans, and she really doesn't cook anything. So yeah, even though you're not big on baked beans, you eat them and you don't say a word. That is what people do that aren't yahoos. So what I do remember about it is it gave me wicked bad gas, like painful gas. I do remember that. Um, I think I might have been pregnant at the time too. Yeah, just like actually like stomach aches and just wicked, like noticeably loud gas. Yeah. So she did that, and she used to, I guess, cook whole chickens with an onion in it and then freeze them. She was explaining it to me because she worked. That way she could just take them out of the freezer and heat them up. She liked uh, like chickens and turkeys and stuff. So I really, it was like a mixed thing with her where I didn't mind her, but she was actually kind of mean to me. Some of the comments, right? But and that's why I said the award for tongue biting goes to It's definitely not appropriate. It's just part of being a wife, especially if the husband is insistent that he's going to have a relationship with her. So, yeah, I really think some things are really left better off unsaid. Uh, Ideally, in life, with the other species gone, I'm sure per God and everything that people will like their in laws. But until then, if people wanted my advice, if they cared, it's up to the husband to deal with that stuff. And what you do is, it's just you don't have that many visits. It's kind of rare, especially for the other species, to just decide to have no communication with your spouse's family. Sometimes you have to because they're so messed up. If you're going to raise children, yeah, and if you like, it could be a situation where you should have had no contact with your family anyway. And sometimes you realize that when you start going out with someone. Yeah, you realize that. You realize like you have all these setbacks in your recovery, and like every time you're around your family, you're unhappy, but like things you notice about yourself that you should have realized in recovery to not be around them. But it's all different now because people are being forced to do things. So it's screwing up people's lives more than it ever did since 2008. It's screwing up people's lives more than it ever did to be forcing people into situations they don't want to be in. So it's part of the extinction. But um, right in the meantime, most people, it's like the stupidest things that aren't going to matter anything if you don't say anything, and it goes away. Always, it's different when you have children because that's why it's good to proper court and all of that, because you want to have common values and stuff when you're having children. And say it's something like you're feeling kind of like you don't want to share a child with their grandparents and stuff. You got to try to not do that. Yeah, I mean, if you screened your partner and through process of during the courting process before you had children, you know that there's no like weird abuses going on. I'm not saying you have to leave your kid alone with them. I don't believe in that. I don't believe you have to give them private time with your kid. I'm not saying that. I'm not even sure if that's appropriate, like all the babysitting and stuff. I'm not saying that, but you have to learn to be part of a family, right? You have to learn to be part of a family. You can't be like that isolating. It's not when you're married. There's a whole other side of the family. I don't know what goes on when people aren't married and they have children, but when you're married, you need to make those decisions before you get married. You obviously you should be meeting the person's family. They meet your parents, and then your parents give advice too. Not just the young people are responsible to figure out if he's a Yahoo, if his parents are Yahoos. The parents meet each other. Yeah, when you're growing up in a family that's completely isolated and stuff, and your own mother gets nervous about meeting other adults, it causes an issue that's not normal, right? So that can be a problem for your children if you're like that. Yeah, because other parents go, "What's going on? Like, when do we get to meet this person?" I myself wouldn't like it if I just know that right off the bat. If I had children still and they were telling me about someone they were going to start courting, first of all, I'd have to meet the person immediately, and then if they're going to be courting, I want to meet their family. So if I found out that the person was a single mother, I right off the bat wouldn't like it. There's Jewish people don't think certain things are weird, right? That's why they sort of interact with themselves. Okay, because clearly people in the world are insane. So you shouldn't even be courting in Oz anyway, right? So you go, oh God, okay, so he doesn't have a father. And you say it just like that. Is he dead? Is she widowed? Okay. Were they married when she had him? Why on earth is it? I mean, how many years ago did she have him? I mean, if you're 22, how is she not married? You know what I'm saying? In this day and age, how would you possibly have a friend, a boyfriend, or a girlfriend that hasn't gone, where the fuck is your mother? Okay, so that right there is a problem. Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't think those children are living anymore. And that's part of what's going on. You have straight out criminals all over this planet doing the most insane things. Why would we have a complete communications blackout that started right at the time where people realized this couldn't make any fucking sense anymore? I had an adult child since 2012. Okay. How many times have I visited a hospital, but my next of kin aren't contacted? That probably it's part of what they're talking about on The View. It's explaining to the population what's going on here and the need to remain calm because clearly there's been just rampant crime going on and people trying to cover it up because they're so sadly mentally insane. You can't cover up anything from Almighty God. I know you just go, whoa. So, anyways, that can't make any sense. Okay, so any if they were living, anybody around them is deranged. They're criminally deranged animals themselves. So anyway, I don't want to keep talking about that because it's just a topic I am not talking about, right? But in terms of like in normal life, no one's in normal life right now. But if you're actually, with your family still, yeah. If you're the other species, I'm not sure. You'd have to be basically like a Christian, I guess. So if you're married and you're trying to be a regular Christian, okay, yeah, I would just immediately go no on anybody that was raised by a single mother. I really would, especially if she was never married, right? You just go, I'm not really comfortable with that. Obviously, you'd be raising your children. People are allowed to raise their children now and not be told that everything that they're doing is wrong and too judgmental. That's insane. All of that has to end for Christians that are normal and for my species. It's not that you're raising your children to be filled with hatred. That's not what I am. But you stop raising children to cave into these beings. It means stay away from them. It's part of shunning and social distancing and burkas and dressing like Amish people and stuff. Right. It's about staying away from them, not you become sort of like filled with hatred and stuff. We don't want to be in situations where we have to be more sort of assertive and aggressive. We just want to be left alone and away from them. Okay, so even if you're regular Christians, it's probably important for you to stay away from certain groups of your species because they are out of control and you don't have to be politically correct anymore. Okay, you really don't. It's like a big brainwashing that you need to just block right out of your head once and for all. You're not at war with them, but you go, we don't right. Hopefully your children would just go, no, we don't. They don't even need to know why. Right. It's better off they don't know why. It's just you know yourselves that your children don't court people that come from certain it's not really about a neighborhood because they're everywhere now. Your children don't court people that have certain lifestyles and belief systems. It's not going to gel with your family. We don't do Romeo and Juliet and star-crossed lovers and secret meetings. Remember those stories about where the daughter's going to get the boyfriend to kill her whole family because they can't go out and stuff like that? Right. People aren't doing that. That's not life. That's not a sustainable relationship for a marriage. Okay, so it's deviances and secret hiding, and this is like I explained to Michael and Karen and every black woman on earth. That's not what a marriage is, right? You're not. No one's coming to dinner. No one's look who's coming to dinner. Why is your girlfriend so old? Why is your husband, whatever, that your parents have issues with something? Yeah, no, that is not a family unit, right? Just someone you think is hot and is sane and fits into your entire family. Because other people don't have so much dysfunction in a family that they disregard that they had a growing up family. Other people don't have that. Like, if I had been with my children, we don't have that type of relationship. Even if I was divorced, I mean, it's unfortunate for me because other people have amicable divorces, right? And then they obviously they've now the people that the children would be around have to deal with if their families like that. Then now there's two sets of people they have to screen, and because they know that that's around them. They have to go to reunions, they have to go to weddings. It comes up Christmas, and then whatever you're adding on to your family. So it makes it better. If it doesn't mean everybody has to be like on Match.com. I'm not saying that's not Match.com, 1,000 people, or you can't get married. I don't mean that. It's just maybe it's an indicator of God that you might be picking the wrong person if like that. Ever hear about that Hatfield and McCoy's people? That's probably just for entertainment. Don't try to make that your life. Yeah. Well, sometimes you can tell the difference of the species because they may like that. I don't. Everyone doesn't have to be exactly like me, but just okay. You're not insane. I remember my thought idea about in-laws and stuff is like maybe twice a month. That was I remember thinking that like how often do we have to see these people? Okay, like twice a month. And then it began a thing where apparently they started complaining to other family members that they never saw us and they just saw us last week. Okay. So I would have put up with that the whole time. Yeah. I probably would have put up with that the whole time, to be honest with you. But um, she started saying stuff to the children, and Alfred flipped out on one of the visits. Yeah. So she might have been having a little bit of maybe dementia or something. That we didn't see them that often because we lived in another state. Yeah, and we wouldn't really have a way of knowing that we weren't around them all the time. But in retrospect, maybe she didn't really have anything else to talk about. It was one of those things, right? And she said she started bringing up this thing about I call him Al, but she always called him Freddie. It like always kept coming up, and I think I was in the shower at the time, so I don't know exactly what was said. But apparently, Al, I went to take a shower, and Al flipped out because she was saying something to one of my children. Like he drew the line at that because it had been a constant problem in the marriage where he knew she was saying like kind of weird things to me sometimes. It would be basically whenever he left the room. Like when I would go and visit them, if once he left the room, she would stop being a little bit more mean to me. So whatever, it was something like that that she started doing it to my daughter. And maybe she was mean, or when she was saying it, or he just like he completely kicked them out of our house. Oh yeah, I came out of the shower and was like, "What the fuck's going on?" And he was like throwing them out. They never came to visit us in our house again. Yep. Just I think that we actually saw them again, but we they never like stayed with us in the house. Yeah. Were they staying with us? Yeah, it was like he completely flipped out. He does that sometimes. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe it was more than that. If he has abuse in his history that he never resolved, yeah, that's all it takes. It's called a trigger. That's all it takes, and he like gets triggered and realizes he has to keep these people the fuck away from his children. That's possible. I mean, even you can be like that and be abusive to your children yourself, right? But anyway, it could have been something like that because, but I was kind of like happy about it because he was like the one time where he actually stuck up for me. Yeah, I think she might have been saying something negative about me to one of my children. So yeah, I think it was like something like that. It was a long time ago, but it was something along those lines. Clearly, that's how you have to be when you're married. You just go, you're not going to start teaching my children to abuse their own mother. Yeah, that's like Candy. That's how she raised her kids. I know though it is it's I see if just so people realize it's not they're not the only people that do that. When I met Jen's no, not when I met her. When I met Jen's mother and one of her sisters and one of her sister's children, they do it to her too. It's some sort of a syndrome, which clearly that's dysfunctional. So it's some sort of a syndrome in some families. I had to, all it takes is one, it's like 2 hours meeting people, and you can already see the dynamic going on there. They are all wicked abusive towards her. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I have like had a lot of compassion for her given everything that happened. But yeah, like the sister taught her daughter to talk to Jen, who's her aunt, like she's a retarded child. That's how she talks to her. So I understand a lot of Jen's frustration in life because it's probably been like that her whole life. She's like the younger one. She might be the youngest sibling, and it seems like her entire life she's the one that's got she's mentally ill, she has anger outbursts. Oh yeah, they and then now her own niece talks to her like she's retarded. Yeah, I noticed it right away. And the mother, like she probably thinks it's funny and it's like a habit, but clearly Jen doesn't like it. Oh, Jen couldn't make find her way out of a paper bag. That's how she talks. And I was just like, whoa. I didn't say it. You never say anything. No. You never say anything. You just sit there and listen. And I was just like, oh my God, these people are so abusive. So other families do it too. They pick one person in the family, and then Jen. That's why Jen tried to get away from them. And generally, that person will get away from the family and not have any contact with them. Right. So anyway, like I had very limited, believe it or not, I had very limited contact with the people living up here. Yeah. So the situation now, it's not even their fault. But the situation now is um, other demented people will not allow people to get away from people that don't, right? Because even they do it to Scott too. So it's just, I don't know what goes on with Jared anymore. I don't want to start talking about this genetic family really, but it seemed like his mother was doing it to him too. Um, yeah, just he had no contact with the child that he produced when he was only like 20 years old. It's sad. And then because of his upbringing, of course, he wanted to be like a good father and stuff. And it's probably difficult that he's having a kid out of wedlock or whatnot. So, anyway, his mother actually started building a relationship with the female he has nothing to do with. And then she started having visits with this frigging kid he doesn't even see. It's like a grotesque syndrome that these people are doing. Yeah, it's absolutely terrible. I mean, can you imagine a living fucking nightmare? A living fucking nightmare going on where you come from a wicked dysfunctional family and you spend your time trying to get the fuck away from them, and then you have a mistake in life, and now that this person is that sick that she's gonna get to you by allowing someone that was your abuser to have visits with your fucking kid. Oh yeah, just terrible. Yeah, just it is. It's so terrible to like be that uncaring about a person that you produced a child with, to not put that person's feelings and shit in your head. It's just really, really bad and terrible. I gotta say, there's some things in life that I did not have to live through, and that's one of them. You just go, oh my fucking god, man. You don't even talk to your fucking kid. That it happened to Cindy with one of her, at least one of her children. They did it to Kathy too with her oldest kid. They started going and having fucking visits with their kid, and she didn't even see her kid. And it's just like, I don't understand what the fuck this is. I'm sure there's a whole generation of them. I was talking about this years ago. These people that are victims of abuse and then they become drug addicts and they produce a kid, and then all of a sudden their abuser has custody of them, and you just go, what the fuck is this? Scary. Scary. It's because of a de-evolution, and it's a different species where everything is genetics. You don't have any fucking rights to your own children, but your parents have rights to your fucking children. You just go, what? They would do it. If say that you moved away, you ran away from home when you were 18 and got a scholarship to college, right? And never talked to them. You graduated from college, you were working, um, and some you had a kid or you got a divorce or something. All of a sudden, they take fucking custody of your children. People you don't even talk to. And you know that they're all fucked up because that's why you stay away from them. Just what in the fuck hell God is this? I know, just oh my God, man. It's just a really just extreme. None of that is going to exist with these things gone. Nope, because that's the beauty of it. No one has to worry about any of it because it's almighty. It's a totally different species and it shows. You ever like in life you meet people and you're like, oh yeah, me too. It's like going to AA. And that's kind of what it seemed like at first in Quincy. But then I found out that those people are not my species either. But like you ever meet people in life and you go, oh yeah, and that, that's why I have nothing to do with mine and da da da, like bookmark. That's because it's God. We're spread out all over the place. Right? It's mimicry and it's almighty. Like from what I can tell, the whole entire human race was birthed a long time ago. And before people came here, there was some people here that could live like that. It was the one time, because I was wondering why I have like a stronger connection to that and the stuff that I was talking about Michael and stuff. Like that's a long time ago. That's like Egypt time. Clearly, that's like 3,500 years ago. Right. So there was times in history where it was just my species. And then, like I said, it was only 350 years ago, plus or minus, that they invaded this land. So all of the human beings, from what I can tell, were already created. And it's just a mimicry at that point to get through the 350 years. Okay, so, and it's obvious why that had to take place because they would have killed us all. Right? It's like we had to be born through them, but it doesn't, it's not actually real. It's a big delusion. Okay, like the wheat and the tars. It had to be done because otherwise they would have exterminated us off of planet Earth. So, yeah, like that's why I was wondering, almost in a joking manner, because this came up on the walk about if people did that gross thing again after what I was talking about if a lot of us are women, we can't all be women because there's some of my species that are never women. They already cycled through all of that and they don't want to be women. They have no desire ever to be birthing. Okay, so yeah, I hope people didn't start doing that wicked, gross thing again. Okay, well, see, maybe I'm a woman now, and then when you rebirth and I rebirth, no, me myself, I've explained it numerous times. A person that I would marry is always a man. He has no desire to be a woman. It's just through thousands of years, it's just not a thing he wants to do. He's not me, right? Like, that's the only thing that would make sense what people are calling bisexual, which stop calling it that. I feel that clearly I can be either a woman or a man, but I would not be married to someone who can be a woman or a man. It wouldn't work out, right? So sometimes, but that person is not bisexual. Sometimes that person is gay, and sometimes that person is straight because it does work that way. And it's just weird, like people that don't want to accept that, other than if you're afraid that you're going to be born straight. That's the only way I could see people going, that's not possible because you're afraid that God's going to make you straight. You need to calm down. I understand your fear because you're just like me, right? That's why you would say that. Other people don't say that. Other people don't worry that they're going to be gay or straight. Just know that. Yeah, that's, you're probably like me because it's so repulsive to you. That's why you're worried about it. Don't worry. He's not going to do that. So you wouldn't think like that. No, you wouldn't think like that. You'd probably go, I actually, uh, I'm open to whatever, but I really kind of just find in my life that I go with whatever. You'd be like that. Yeah. You'd probably be like that. You'd be like, I don't really find it as gross as Mary does, but I just right now I go out with women. That's what I would expect a man to say. That would be my mate. That's probably what he'd say, probably laugh and go, I don't really find it as disgusting as she does, but like people that aren't like, it's not really homophobic, but they just go, I mean, I guess I could see it, but I prefer to be with women. Right, someone like that. If you think like that, if you go, yeah, I mean, I guess, or say that you dabbled in it and you go, I just really find I get along with women or something like that. Bingo, that's why. Because your mate is a woman currently. That's why you would say that. If you're like, I've dabbled in it, but I really just think that I like how Brian was talking. Right. That's why it made sense to me because that's how he was talking. Like, but I dabbled in it, but I just, that's not right. Because if he was a human being, I would go, that's because your mate is a woman. That's why. And then if your mate was a man, you just would say, kind of, maybe you wouldn't dabble in it other than your own head. And then you would do it in your own head during puberty and maturity before courtship, and then or you'd realize by courting people that you click with women because your mate is a woman. I mean, a man. It would be the opposite, right? You'd go, I've thought about both things. Both things seem there's pluses and minuses, and then through like talk, like meeting people and other people I considered for courtship, you'd probably go, I just like you, like it just seems to be clicking or whatever. That's why. Yeah, because other people like myself go, ew, no. Yeah, like it's scary. It would scare me. Yeah, I'd be like, please, dear God, don't do that to me. Yeah. I don't care about being a man, but I am not going out with women. I can't. I don't even want to go out with someone who would be a woman ever. Do you get it? I just. Just a man that is a man is a man and wants to be a man. That's it. Yeah, like I was saying that on the walk. Like I don't even want a man who understands me. Okay. He doesn't understand me, but yet he does. Because he'd probably say that. He'd go, I guess I kind of understanding you to this sense. I would never want to be a woman. Anyways. Yeah, just to clarify, because that came up again on the walk after what I was saying. Yeah, whatever it is that's going on with you, you have to trust God. You go, there's no plausible way that a person that you located, right? I mean, if you haven't located a person, then right, you might go, maybe my person is like at the wrong sex or something right now. They might be trapped in a friggin' marriage they can't get out of. So God wouldn't have you meet the person. Yeah. Or you're in a denial about your species, right? And you refuse to try to court people within your species, like that Paul guy with the hat was starting to get like that. Yeah. Just this one, oh no, she uses drugs. I'm not going to go out with her. Dude, you're a drug addict and a drunk, and you're not a human being. Whatever, right? That becomes tragic when they do that. But it could be that God is making him stay like that because he's a sex offender. He doesn't have to go out with people, but he's not telling people that. Right. Like you can just stay single. But when you're the other species, it's scary because that doesn't really go on in your species. Right. You don't have to worry about that here. People are still Neanderthals. They haven't turned into straight out monkeys, but their brains are actually like a monkey. So it makes sense they'd be afraid that people are going to try to go out with them. You just tell people no if anyone tries to. Right, because when they won't leave you alone by a simple no, they're a sex offender. You don't have to give them all sorts of excuses about the word no, right? So, anyways, yeah, it would be tragic if you're the other species and you've tried to sort of court and you're putting too many criteria on your own species. I know you just go, that's not you're not making much sense. Yeah. Well, it's the nature of the mirroring back and the mimic that type of mimicry, right? Like not biological mimicry, but like copying and stuff and modeling after. Call it modeling after and not mimicry. Yeah. It's the nature of it. There's nice other species. Not all of them are like on drugs. Yeah, not all of them are on drugs. Not all of them want 14 boyfriends and stuff. They're supposed to seem like my species, right? Like they work, they drive, they live in houses, they're Christians, they go to church. Okay, like they are not interested in staying here without the system and stuff, right? They're really not. So uh, it's just that they don't have an interest in doing some of this other stuff that people are doing, right? They're not bad people. It's a different. They're not interested in tearing people down and tearing them apart at the end of an age. at the end of an era. They're really not interested in doing that. Yeah, like you just live out your regular Americana life and your regular Christian life until it's your body's ready to give out. You don't have to degrade into I'm gonna do every, and you don't even know what your like whatever these people's fantasies are. I mean, why is that's what I said? Why isn't your fantasy being well adjusted into this soulmate business? Uh, the having a kid or two thing is a little bit bothersome because of the overbreeding. Maybe a dog and um, uh, boys and girls club, mentoring children or something, um, stuff like that. Some people have friends that have children. Driver accused in Malden hit and run crash that injured pedestrian killed dog. The damaged house. Wow, that's a lot. Wow. He hit a pedestrian and killed his dog and crashed into a house. So I would say he didn't just target a pedestrian and his dog. Yeah. Just yeah, this business about is this a real story that how did this person get a firearm? I don't know. People look wicked young to me. This person looks like a teenager that murdered this mother and daughter in their car. Is he a drug dealer? That's why I'm wondering. I know I get too caught up in the stories are fake, sorry. And then I realize later that it's actually just, it's not a fake story. Okay. Oh, it's more than one person. I would assume it's an actual thing because it's a mother daughter and the daughter's so young that it's not cancer or they're drug addicts. Okay. Oh boy, he's 27. The woman was 27 and she had an 11-year-old. Is that her ex-boyfriend? Jesus God. Okay, so he doesn't have a license to have a firearm. Okay. He has a warrant, armed assault with intent to murder. Against her? Was it against the same woman or another ex-girlfriend? No, it doesn't. I'm not saying it like, how did this happen? I don't mean it like that. I'm just asking. I know it's just disturbing, isn't it? A 27-year-old? He looks mean too, doesn't he? I know you just go, that's why sometimes I feel bad for people that have um, like genetic similarities. Yeah. Because, yeah, people probably go, oh God, that's why, because of stuff like this. Yeah, probably. Well, I don't think I'd be too happy around some dude who looks like Scott Peterson. I mean, Drew Peterson. Scott Peterson, I don't think he's hot, but yeah, that's a good example. Would you say that about Scott Peterson? Probably not. Drew Peterson, maybe. Drew Peterson looks like he could be suspect too, I gotta say. If you're asking me, like, as a white person, yeah, honestly, Drew Peterson looks like he could be suspect. A dude that looks like that, to me, right? He doesn't look like a regular trusting dude to me. No, just as FYI. Scott Peterson, probably. Yeah, he's not hot, but it's like he would just seem like a regular dude. But is he like Spanish or something? It depends. Like you always see him in an interview type manner, right? So I don't know what he was like in his regular life. You'd have to ask maybe that Amber Fry person, like if he seemed wicked. He was telling her so many lies. Like he almost seems like what I told you about quote unquote Latino men. He almost seems like that, doesn't he? Just like wicked, cocky, and arrogant and stuff. So I wouldn't know that by him just walking down the street. No, but when you hear them talking, you just go, "Oh God!" Right? But no, just some dude. They just like that photograph of that dude. You go, I know you go, and then you see the photograph of this woman, and you go, "Were you going out with him? Why?" Yeah, that's sad. Is that his daughter? Yeah, that would be terrible if he murdered his own girlfriend and daughter. But I guess today's International Women's Day. They were talking about it on the radio. On the radio. I'm sure I mentioned this before that I actually went to a Richard Simmons like concert. He used to do like concerts, but the concert was he was on a stage working out, and then it's not chairs or anything, and you're in a venue, and it was like a working out. He went on like a working out tour. Candy took me to it. She used to hang around with this. What was her name? It was something like um, did her last name start with a V or her first name was something? She used to have a friend of hers. Uh, yeah, she was like that was a good friend for her to have too because I remember her being sort of like wicked, sort of like perky and optimistic and stuff. That dark-haired friend of hers, I can't remember her name. It might have been Linda or something. But anyways, we went. I don't know if anybody else was there, but I know Candy and I and her went. I was like young. I was probably like in junior high school. I had his book because she had it, and then I started actually doing it. But I will say this: that was at the beginning of when I became anorexic. But it's not Richard Simmons' fault. Yeah, like some of that might have been healthy, but what it was is uh, yeah, like I'm not overweight. So it got like out of control. It was clearly something that I liked doing, but it went a bad direction because I originally wanted to be a dancer. So it probably would have I would have never had an eating disorder. Right. It's just something that happens instead of using drugs or turning into a drunk. You do that, you go that road. But I don't know. That would be an interesting survey to find out if a lot of those people are actually intended to be dancers or athletes, if that happens to them. Yeah, that I think for me, had I gone into sports or something or stayed in dance, I don't think that that would have happened to me. Yeah, because it's like an addiction, but it's like warped because your upbringing and your abuse is such that you're not allowed to do anything. Everything you do is squashed down. Everything. Acting, dancing, um, probably any type of athletics. I was gonna try out to be on the swim team at Dedham, and something happened there. Was going to go into the drama club in junior high school. Didn't do that. I did it in college, but because in college I was away from those people. I lived on campus. So I started doing things that I normally would have done. Yeah. So clearly my entire life would have been different. Uh, my high school guidance counselor wanted me to go to a boarding school. She suggested that, and I probably should have done it. But Brian Buchanan had some sort of intervention in his life, and that stuff just that didn't happen for me. Right. So my life could have been a lot bad, a lot worse, considering the number of hurdles and stuff that I've had to do, and then just disgusting people end up doing this to me. Uh, yeah, it's just again, that's not a joke to keep explaining to people about an extinction, right? It's just a whole sort of basically the other species, from what I can tell, what God is doing to them is they're all sort of coming to some realization that they're completely mentally incompetent. And it's kind of how he's getting them to accept the inevitable, that they can't stay here, right? If they weren't like that, they would be struggling more with it, right? It's just the whole thing about a brain disease is it's actually compassionate. Yeah, it's just the nature of brain disease. It's more difficult for the people around them, but it's getting them to realize that they're mentally incompetent. So when you start feeling like that, that's my understanding of what God's doing with you guys, and not to be. I would love for the people that are. I shouldn't say I would love for it because it seems weird, but I would love for the people that won't stop blocking everyone's communications to at least realize to stop doing that. Yeah, you just go. It seems weird to say that you would love for people to end their own lives because it seems like heartless and mean. You always feel like weird about it. You feel mean and weird about it. Yeah, obviously. So, it like clearly, if they had some maybe a family or something, I don't know, they could do something else besides blocking everyone's communications. It's just there's nothing else in life to be doing. But right. It's kind of similar to when I went, jeans is. Oh my God, how are we this stupid? Like the whole planet never saw that says jeans is. Right. It should seem like that where you guys go, there's nothing anyone can do. And um, maybe they're sort of like that, but they're still not in an acceptance that there's another species here and we have to have a way to live. Yeah. So eventually they'll get it. I think she does. Like eventually they get it where they stop thinking that there's just something that I haven't gotten yet or others. Okay, I'm the one who started doing this in 2011. You guys weren't even talking like that, in case you forgot. People forget things, especially when they're depersonalizing. Not this something I'm gonna get. Like, you know how people go, I went through all that. I used to think like that. And okay, because you're not me. You're a different species. Right, because I think God is explaining it to you before this business finally ends. Because you go, what is it exactly that you think I'm not getting other than a means to live in my own housing? Like, why would that still be going on? Am I refusing the stuff or they won't give it to me? Why are they giving it to you and not me? Stuff like that. Crashing car into front lawn of a little house. Okay. Are these real stories? Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. Stuff like that that they think is a joke when someone like me still doesn't have housing. That's what I'm talking about. Like, are they setting up fun, like Hollywood set type of scenarios where they're destroying housing? And is that supposed to be funny? Well, Today was pretty good because I had a little bit of food. It's only 4:30. I must have, yeah, I think I was back here by like 2 or 2:30. Yeah, the Dedham walk is definitely going to be longer. Yeah, I mean, how else do you explain that? Because I didn't leave here till what, 12:30? Excuse me. And so that was like what, 2 hours? I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's about the same. That's weird. It does not feel as long as the Dedham walk. Well, it would make sense that the Dedham walk would feel longer. But I mean, yeah, I'm like thinking about it in my mind, going, really? I don't know. I guess it's possible. But that tells you something too. Like I explained to you about 138, because at least is the tree or two. So these people in the city, you probably think that you're walking way longer than you actually are. Well, once you walk around an area where you know what the distance is, you would know that when you're walking around a city, because you'd go, yeah, you'd be like me, because you God points out weird stuff to you because it interests. If you're like me, it interests me. So God would point it out and go, yeah, that's it feels way longer when you're trying to walk around a city because there's no life in the city. Right? People can't pretend that they went on a walkabout. I've revealed so much about it, and they still can't pretend they went on a walkabout because I think that for one thing, they think that a lot of the stuff is mental illness. It's just a different species. Yeah, like when I was in Florida and I had to walk, when I finally gave up on trying to siphon gasoline into my from my tractor to my truck, and then I walked to I had to go through a part of my neighborhood I very rarely was even driving through. I always went this way and not the other way. So I walked, and then I had to walk up. What is that? It's not 27. What's the name of that road? But then it goes into 27. I'm sure back in the day I knew what the road was. Anyways, um, yeah, that's was the whole thing about him explaining how it feels different because it's things about your brain that it doesn't register. He has to explain it to you. So he does do weird sensations and stuff to people. And it's like, see how there's no life here? Like how this feels like right here. And then see how when you're walking by a tree and then you feel like all this, you feel different. It's like a whole, like even your breathing and stuff is different. So some people probably in their life, God was communicating with them and they didn't know it. And then they go to a thing and they have dissociation disorder and this and that. And you go, dissociation disorder. That's God explaining about the life in the grass and the trees, and there's nothing in the concrete in the buildings. I'm not sure that's dissociative disorder. It's a completely different species, right? Just, anyways. Sometimes it's like that. Like I was talking about with the breathing, you go, "Oh my God, what is wrong with me? Like, am I dead? Someone's doing CPR on me or something?" Yeah. Anyways, that's one of the things I don't hear anybody talking like that. No, I don't hear anybody talking like that. Like, I went out to the country and it was like weird. Like, I felt like weird breathing and just everything was sort of like, more awesome and stuff. And then I come back to the city and I'm like, oh my God, I feel like I weigh 400 pounds and I'm depressed and da da da. Like, what is going on? You don't hear any thoughts. You don't hear a voice in your head when it's going on. Oh my God. How is God still talking through that? Yeah, like Ronald Reagan. How is God still talking through that? You think that's your own thought? Holy fuck. That is not your thought. That's God talking. You can't hear him talking and explaining to you what's going on. Yeah, like no, I guess it's actually the opposite of what I just said. It's not going, that's not, they're not even having a thought in their head. You're not even having a thought in your head when that's happening. Oh my God. Is it possible? Yeah, like the entire brain matter is different. That is fucking surreal there. If someone ever said that, has someone ever gone to a friend or a doctor and talk like that? There is some sort of blockade going on there in that brain matter. Wow. Like, yeah, that is. I mean, I was in a whole thing where, I mean, it's like full on conversations. Not I'm sitting there thinking to myself, no. In 2011 and 2012, it was like full on conversations. I'm fully aware that that's God talking and me talking, not that's me. It becomes way more ingrained. Yeah, it becomes like way more ingrained. And then it's sort of like that's why occasionally he'll do that block thing. And then when he does that block thing, he says, "You're doing that thing again where you're getting worried about what you're saying." Yeah. It wasn't like that in the beginning. It was like clear cut. His me thinking and his talking. Uh, I guess you guys would probably flip out. I don't know, maybe you take drugs or something. I don't know how to explain it. Or like when he's doing it, you actually think it's your own thought. Like it's yeah, like you must not have him going, like exactly what happened to me. Um, I guess he doesn't drop you to the ground and tell you to get a Bible for first of all. Yeah, he doesn't drop you to the ground to tell you to get a Bible, and then the whole thing about the indwelling and stuff, I already went over all that. You just go, I think you'd remember that happening to you. So a person who doesn't explain any of that, obviously the Pope of the planet reading your Facebook page goes, no, I never saw anybody in life, and I didn't even know this. I explained it to you. I didn't know this was in the Bible until God showed it to me. And he did this to me several times about scripture. This whole dot yes dot j thing, I didn't even know it was in the Bible when I was doing it. I didn't. He had to point it out to me because I had an actual Bible, and then you can see it, and I go, "What the fuck?" I know what the fuck. I thought this was a concept that we just came up with, the two of us together. What is this? No, it wasn't like that. I'm making a joke, but I did go, "What the fuck?" I don't think I said fuck, but I was like, "What the?" At the beginning, it was constant. Da 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 da. And then he would show me stuff. I'm like, you don't even control your own hand. Yeah, just oh, that's in. Or I'd go, is that in there? And then I'd go, like, because it sounded like scripture at first. Yeah. It sounded like scripture verses, and then I'd go, "Is that in there?" And then it would be. I'd go, "Oh my God, it's actually in there. That's got to be God." And in like little prophecies and stuff. I told you about the thing that I saw that it's in book Isaiah, I think. The cloud with the man sitting on and a reef on his head and the fire things. Oh yeah. You see something like that in the sky and you don't believe in God? That's fucked. It's Florida, so there's a lot of clouds. You just see like a man on a throne with a wreath and his fireballs. That's not something you typically see in life. Afterwards, then it's back to the Bible, and the hand goes right to it, like right to it. Anyways, so yeah, you start calling people going, tanks on the Sinai, Israel should be destroyed on Thanksgiving. When shit like that's going on, yeah, you do. No, it's a wonderment that a person would do that. I'm sure a lot of people recall that. It's not the first time. Clearly, this whole thing about that Fatima business, it's got to be the same thing. After what we experienced in New Mexico, those people are like, you people are still taught, and you like you do that purposely, right? Where you act like you don't know if there's a God because that spurs a conversation. Okay, that's mentally insane. All due respect. After 2019, I thought the Saturn thing was the best. It totally was just a humongous cloud, and it was like pink and stuff, like satin with the ring. Oh yeah, no, no, no. You go right back to what you were doing after that. I guess you do if you're a Christian, right? Because that's all you need to know is that God is real, right? You don't have to worry about what a different species is doing at that point. Yeah. And hopefully you're a lot more pleasant to my species after experiencing that. You don't have to start acting like my species. Just whoa. Anyways, yeah. So if they omit, oh, I was talking about that on the walk too. About the Pope probably went, "What is this?" Like, first of all, my name. That's actually my name. Okay, Mary Gladys. What is that? Oh, have you ever seen that before? Yeah. Dot yes. Dot J. Yeah, I have. So yeah, I'm not going to be working here anymore. Yeah. A bunch of people, obviously. A bunch of people. That was right at the beginning, wasn't it? Wasn't that 2011, 2012? I haven't been doing that in a long time, no. It doesn't mean that God's not talking to me anymore. It's just that had a place and a purpose to be doing that. You just go, the Pope of the planet quit. Have you ever seen that before? Yeah. Never know. Maybe he does it. Maybe he was doing it too. I don't know. That's possible. Yeah, I have seen that. That's why I'm the Pope. Okay, so well, I don't think that was discussed when I went to two different Catholic churches. I don't think that was discussed. So I don't. I'll give them that. It's called an indwelling. We are fed up. More than 50 people arrested in protests that led to gridlock. It's possible. It's possible that every person in my species has done it, right? Not everyone does it, right? I'm pretty sure once you have an indwelling, you don't do what the other species does. It's a different species. It's like once you're programmed with that, that's your thoughts, that's your belief. I One of the things about the other species that has to be explained to them in the nicest of terms is that an acceptance that you're not me. I accept that you're not me, so it's time for you to accept that I'm not you. Okay, I'm not a confused version of you. Okay, I understand that you're not a confused version of me. So it would be great if your species would come to an acceptance that I'm not a confused version of you. Okay. You guys do what's called personas, okay, and that's acceptable in your species. Okay, my species does not like to have to do a fake. I wouldn't even call it a persona. My species does not like having to do a fake. They don't like it. They would prefer to be able to live where they want and be around people that they don't have to do that with. They literally do not like it. We are forced to do it in certain situations, but we do not like it. Some people, to the point of their own safety, gets put in danger because they don't want to be doing it. Okay, so it's I understand that your species does it. Okay, and I understand that you're all equal and nobody's individuality matters. Okay, so um, say something like forcing a person to lay on the ground and get body lice and stuff. That's a role that that person's playing. I understand it. Okay, my species doesn't do that as a role. Right. So I don't appreciate your species trying to force my species into that position in life because we're the meekest of the two species. Okay. I'm not sure that's actually a role in your species. Okay, but that is what you do to my species when Almighty God allows it. Like those would be the most purified and the most intelligent people that you're doing that to. That you're letting your sickest and your most mentally retarded members of your species do that to my species within God's allowances. But that I'm not sure that's actually a role in your system, since that's and it's never existed here before that you've done that. Okay, like you're doing it through force, not somebody is a vagabond of your species and just ended up drunk on the ground, like wandered off from their house and ended up drunk on the ground. Okay, you've had people here that don't work forever and they're given a means to live in housing. And then they may end up on the ground and the police pick them up and stick them in a jail overnight. Right? Like they might pick them up for public intoxication. Not they're just left on the ground like that. So you could have some of your species doing that because they're drunks or drug addicts, but typically they still have housing. They put them in the clink for the night, sober them up, and put them back to their house. Not they're just out on the ground and in shelters for 25 years. And that's a big ha ha. Because you believe now that that's a station in life to constantly have people on the ground and in shelters. Like even having people in shelters became too boring to you because you had people that are so miserable, they became envious even of people living in shelters. So then they had to be on the literal ground and then they weren't allowed to bathe. So this stuff is definitely going to put an end to that once and for all. There's not going to be any more begging and pleading and threatening and talking about it. It's called explaining to you what's going on. So if you're not doing that to people, then consider yourself There's a group of people that you're definitely more morally upright over than the people doing that. Okay, so it's important for you to stop pretending that the people that are being holocausted are doing that to ourselves. We're not doing that to ourselves. Okay, we have no ability to fight back about it. We're waiting for God to kill the people that are doing it to us. Not we have an ability to fight it. Right. For many years we obviously applied for the things. Okay, like again, I'm not supposed to be able to just be forced out of my house and have no children and no way to live. That's not your laws here in the United States of America. Right? Satan is released for a little while, not this is the new normal in the new country. Remember when people started saying the new normal? No, it's not the new normal. So there was a confusion about what was going about to happen. The sun is like changing direction. So yeah, this probably happened to me last year too. If I was putting this thing on the floor, it is like totally right in my eye. It's like reflecting on something right there. Even this is better than when I was sitting up. I'll have to stop. I don't really want to. It helps warm up the room, but in the summertime, you definitely don't want it. Remember those? It would start hitting over there when I was sitting over there, it'd be like right in my freaking face. Yeah, obviously the seasons have changed because I noticed it a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, you don't have to worry about calendars. When I used to do that tanning in like 2016, I could tell what time it was. Let's see if that's down enough. If not, I gotta lower it all the way. I could tell what time it was because I was out there every day. So then I would go in and see what time it was. And so I could tell like how long I had been sitting there by where the sun was at that tree. That's how they invented clocks. I mean, it's not like people, a Martian landed and there was a big clock here already. God would probably say that is your big clock. That's your big clock. You got a tree there, a sun there, tick, 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 tick. That's your big clock. It's not God's problem if you keep moving around throughout the day. Pick a tree. Here comes the sun. That's your big clock. Yeah, pick a person. One person a month has to sit like Monet, and that's your timekeeper. I don't know how you like. I know then you go. You would visit them like you used to visit Dawn at the alcove. But wouldn't you be right at the tree? Doesn't matter. So, do you know what time it is? About 12. Why not? Just like people, you could be sitting right where a clock is, right? Like in Quincy Center, there's a big clock, and they ask you that same thing. Here they come. Do you know what time it is? About 1. Wow, like you didn't even look at a watch. Yeah, there's a big that tree in the sun, but like in Quincy, it'd be just like that clock. Yeah, there's a clock right there. So, anyways, you guys do different roles, and it makes sense to you. Okay. Like the regular United States of America, okay, people had different incomes, almost like you had a different role. Okay. So some of you are contradictory. Bring that point up too. If you sort of get mad that people are being given an award for something, an award for excellence or something, because it makes other people feel bad and stuff, that's because you are a primate. Okay, so you also have to understand that some of your members they make more money than you do. That's how your system works. It's like a role. Yeah, like if you believe that anybody can be a doctor and anybody can be this, because otherwise you're a one card, every person same amount. even as a primate. Okay, so you are a contradiction, yep. And the reason you're a contradiction is the only way that you can make people beneath you is through your monetary system. That's why you believe in it. You actually do not believe in a one card system. Okay, some people want to be liked and have things in common with people, and they will at first act like they believe in that when they don't. Right? They actually don't believe in equality. Okay, so in a primate system, that's what the United States of America was. You have a job, you get this much money, you're in a tier group. That is how it functions. Okay, like you're Neanderthals, you're not actual gorillas and monkeys. So if you don't want to be called gorillas and monkeys, stop acting like them. Act like a Neanderthal, which is a primate, but it's not a gorilla or a monkey. Okay, or a lemur. Act like a Neanderthal, and then people will stop calling you monkeys and apes. It has nothing to do per se with what you look like. Some of you do actually look quite like you're getting close to gorillas for the most part. Some of you look a little bit like chimpanzees in the face. I'm not going to lie. I mean, the features are obvious. I'm not sure how you could keep denying that, but um, right. Some of you, because you're so unhealthy, you look more like you're starting to look like gorillas. That's why your physique looks like that. Okay. Because they don't really do much. That's why they look like that. So, anyways, whereas chimpanzees are not heavy like that. If you notice, they're like more active in the trees and stuff. They run around and they probably don't, they probably eat mostly fruit and stuff. But it's probably, yeah, they're probably not eating a lot of what type of stuff would they eat? Like plantains instead of like bananas instead of berries and stuff, probably. And they're eating like termites and worms and stuff. And the if the chimpanzees are in the trees, they're not eating that. Maybe. So, anyways, if you don't want to be called that, then act like a Neanderthal. And a Neanderthal is a Christian. Okay, whether you like it or not. So, your system allots that you shouldn't have anybody on this land piece that's destitute like I am. You shouldn't have anybody like that. I mean, are you going to have people that you give them Social Security and they spend every penny on drugs and alcohol? Yes. I'm not one of those people. Okay, so you're clearly just doing it to people. That's what I'm explaining. There's not really excuse for it anyway. Okay, like you might have a small population where you go, yeah, they have housing, so the police go out and remind them to go back to their housing when we see them outside at night. Like we can't force people night and day to be in their housing, but unless they're doing criminal acts, then they can be given a bracelet, all that stuff. But the police go out and remind these people that they do have housing. Okay. As you know, the police already told you I don't have housing. Right. For 2 months, I was outside in Quincy for a reason because I wasn't refusing housing. Okay. There was people in New York apparently too. So the people that were giving out the housing were straight out lying. That's the point of admitting that you're straight out criminals. By 2022, it was over. And I told you everything's been different since then. There's not going to be any more bullshit. You had a whole different police force. You had people lying to probably government officials about trying to tell them that we refused services that they never offered us. Okay, just and then all this business about making up a game of kicking people out and then saying we just take off and you don't know where we are and stuff. I know, what the hell is that? It's like an orb, a light orb. So obviously, the people it's not per se that they didn't know it, but it got to the point where they couldn't keep ignoring it. We'll leave it at that. Right. Some people maybe were in a disassociation, and then other people it got to the point where they couldn't keep ignoring it. Because the public finally, God made the public demand that it end. Right. There comes a point in time as Christians where you begin to feel extremely uncomfortable. Like, why is the Virgin Mother on the ground like that? Is she bathed? Like, what the fuck is this? It should feel like a very uncomfortable, damning thing because God makes it like that to put a stop to it. Okay. So, yeah, like Delia had to come out and start screaming at Dawn, even though it wasn't Dawn's fault. And then she was taken away in an ambulance. Right. So, I explained to you about her. I'm not Dawn. But clearly, those people tried to do that to me. 2 months, say it was 2 months. That's a long time to go without washing. Right? 2 months of not washing, not brushing your teeth. Yeah, that's a long time. Laying on the ground. They would do it if they could. I'm the fucking bitch. I was screaming at the dude that I would slice his throat if he kept coming into the bathroom when I went in there. And they were doing it to me at Stop and Shop too. So it can get freaky out there. If anybody went out there, if you're like an undercover cop and you went out there, it can get freaky because you just make sure that you don't have a temper. Don't have your firearm on you. Yeah, if you're going to do undercover work like that, don't have your firearm on you because you'll probably take it out and kill one of them. I mean, seriously, any fear of getting in trouble, it gets overridden by how insane what's happening to you is. It's not I'm dangerous. It's just what is going on is so disgusting and insane. It's like God makes me yell at them. Because, yeah, I mean, imagine if you constantly were in fear, you would just be repeatedly knocked down and raped by these things. It's that bad. And no one, even the meekest person, is going to be forced to yell at these things. And we're not living like that. It's not a thing where we're supposed to learn to yell at fucking criminals. No. Nope. That's why they're using nuclear weapons. If you were wondering about what's going on, are we going to get sick? Yes, you're being euthanized. Okay, so I just remind you not to be concerned about it because of God, and clearly God knows about it. And it's in the Holy Bible, in my opinion. Okay, and it's almighty. He tells you it's the Passover. He tells you the Son of Man's going to be sent up to be crucified. To me, that's a thermonuclear weapon because it's like a sun. Okay, they created it, and the heat of it and stuff and the radiation is like a sun that they created. Okay, so yeah, no, we are not supposed to be doing that. My species doesn't do dominances. Right? We don't learn to toughen up and survive in the world. Like, we're supposed to be meek. You ever meet like career chicks that hate homemakers and think there's something wrong with us? Like, they used to talk about women overseas and how terrible it is. Okay. Maybe focus on what's actually terrible. Okay. Meek human beings are not going to be turned into primates. We don't do that. Okay. We just don't. People with a high intelligence are never going to be like that. You could derange people of my species, right? And you give us wicked severe PTSD and major anxiety disorder because of it. We never somehow become accustomed to being attacked, and we don't want to be big and tough and stuff like that. We don't want to have massive bodies. Um, right. We don't want to turn into say it to my face and talk to the hands, and we don't want to do that. Yeah. We don't want to learn how to constantly belittle others and then somehow, I don't know what that is. We climb the ranks in a social system. We don't want that. Okay, so anyways, just in terms of the other species coming to an acceptance that my species is not a confused version of yourselves. Like we are not somehow still doing that. We are not like naive. Remember when people thought like it's naive to expect certain things from people and stuff, right? Some of your species is naive, and I've pointed out some of it. Okay. Um, yeah, it would be good if the females would stop trying to go out with males that really would prefer to either be my species or sort of, I don't know anybody that wants to hang around with them per se, but they might find people that do. Especially if they found any men. There might be men that don't mind hanging around with a bunch of neutered males, right? It depends. Some of them I actually don't mind. I've met a lot of them at the shelter, but after what happened last year and just this business that's ongoing with the communication shutdowns and stuff, I'm just sort of like, yeah. Obviously, some people are uh, a meeker version because they're being kept down as well. But once they have the opportunity, they would turn right into the next tier. It's just something I've learned through the years. I've watched people in a genetic group switch over and back and forth with that whole, they call it who's in charge, apparently. I don't do any of that. I'm always just myself. So sometimes it causes problems where people talk down to you and talk to you like they're your parent and stuff when you're an adult. And then other times it's sort of like a little bit pitiful where you're like, I'm not in charge of anything. Yeah. Because they want to feel safe and want someone else to control them. It goes back and forth. You ever meet people like that? Yeah. They want you to control them, but then they can become abusive because it's a constant. If you don't seem mean, they become concerned. Like meekness means you're about to die, and they have to make sure that you're still battle warring everyone. So if you could stop doing that with me, I am not your species. Yeah, like my species would be concerned if a person was getting meaner and more aggressive and more bossy and stuff. Not the other way around. It's like every time I'm happy and calm, there's like a flurry of panic. Yeah, maybe. I mean, watching her, it's maybe built in mechanism where they know that's not good once they're sort of just chill. Not everyone that's chill is in the process of dying. Some people, yeah, maybe are, and other people aren't. Um, yeah, just like uh, being so accustomed to a person being completely manic and frenzied and screaming all the time, and then the second the person is just regular, they're being screamed at. You just go, what is what is an extremely controlling, overbearing woman who now is like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you screaming at me again? It's literally everything I do. Whoa. Um, yeah, I started talking about the personas and stuff. Personas, um, people that don't believe in everybody having like, they don't even believe in people having any money. They want a group of people that have nothing. Okay, so that's a problem. They want a constant bunch of destitutes that they can abuse, watch like a show, abuse, compare themselves to. They probably make up that they're better off to be slugs and ugly because they would end up like me and stuff. It's a terrible situation that needs to end because you're never going to get those people to start walking ever while doing this. Right? They just keep saying that, I'm sure. Well, yeah, I mean, Mary was doing that, and that, I mean, look at what she's doing. They already do that stuff. Like, they try to make up all these bad things about being beautiful. So I'm sure they've made up bad things about being intelligent, bad things about being fit, and then they purposely do bad things to you to try to justify that, to make it true. It might be a nap. It's coming. Let's see. Oh, just 3 hours. Sometimes I feel like I've been talking for a long time. I was talking this morning too, but yeah, hold on. I will. Let me find another. Worcester police speak out as search for double murder suspect continues. Did I already look at this one? Maybe. This might be one of them. Things to do in Massachusetts this weekend. Here comes the. Here comes the. Here comes the. Y'all don't really want it now. Just call it things that Mary can't do, but you can. Here comes the. Here comes the. I love that Oh My God song. It's like my favorite song right now. We need like 20 songs that are similar to that. I don't care. They were all probably 10 years old. I do that. I started watching Seinfeld after the show was like in its last season. Same thing with Dawson's Creek. I watched it, I think, when it first started, and then I stopped, and then I saw like one episode and went, she's with him now? Because I didn't know what was going on. I was originally about the Joey and the Dawson because I probably saw like the first episode. And by season three, I tune in and go, she's with him now, and then never watch it again. Oh, yeah. And then it was on summertime. It was like at TNT, Turner Network Television, whatever. They played it, and I watched it from the first thing. And then, of course, you become, yeah, because you don't realize everything you missed. And you go, oh my God, how could anybody be thinking that she's supposed to be with this other guy who just seems whiny? But I do remember that because I couldn't have been married, right? I'd have to look at the years. I remember clicking and going, oh my God, what the hell is she doing with him? Because he's not, if you just turn to that on, he's not an attractive guy. Everything is his personality. Yeah, everything is his personality. Like, and he was younger, I think, when the show started. The person himself clearly has a wicked good personality. So and then he's in the thing where he basically is that character. I'm sure they started writing around him, just like they said about Friends. All right, let's see. Well, I don't want to degrade him as an actor, but I mean, what was it? Urban Legend? That's Pacey. Yeah, like it's a Pacey, but he's like disgusting. Yes. It's like a disgusting pig Pacey. Just like that chick said when she punched him in the face, like a disgusting pig Pacey. The guy from Shudder, again, it's a mixed bag. Like he is a disgusting pig, but you just go, I'm not sure about this. Who's the bad guy here? I guess they are all. bad guys, but I do think I've seen the film a couple times. It seems like his friends actually are the, but obviously you don't allow your friends to do that. Let's see. He would have been a bad guy if he murdered her. Yeah. Say she got pregnant or something and he murdered her. Discussing top health concerns. Why am I doing this? I'm supposed to be doing my song. Hold on. I'll go to the news in a second. I gotta hear my song I like. These are like the Indian trap songs. What's on mute? Because I'm like, why aren't I hearing anything? It says 2017. Doesn't it sound like they're saying queuing at the end? I was just like, I just found this song like what a month ago, if it was even a month ago. It's like my favorite song right now. I'll just keep starting it over and starting it over because I like the beginning part the best. I love these trap things. I didn't know about these trap songs. I'm sure that was like 7 years ago, but I didn't know about this stuff. I don't watch those films. I'm not like in your world, as weird as that sounds. I'm like clearly not in your world because I can see that the song is old. So people are probably like, Really? I've met people, right, where they go, "Oh my god, that is old. That was like 2 summers ago." So it's not good anymore? Okay. No, it's from 2 summers ago. This is one of the other things that I'm pretty sure I do. I may not be a concert pianist, but I definitely like the piano. And I wanted a piano since I was a child. And I finally was able to obtain a piano on my birthday. Uh, and a person took it out of my house along with my children because the person is that sick. And it wasn't even his to remove from my house. It was my piano purchased on my credit, and it was a birthday gift to me. That's how repulsive a person is. Those people don't come back. That should make sense, right? I mean, that's just that's actually worse than cutting a woman's head off, right? Just 13 years and it's never ending. The desire, like the stuff that goes on in this internet thing, the desire to want to tear me apart emotionally is so insane. Those people cannot rebirth, right? That is just a madness. That's not a person. So, anyway, this is a pretty old song that's still good. These people are so sick. They would, if Beethoven was alive today, they would tell him he was fucking talentless. They're so monstrously insane, just so abusive and monstrously insane that they know what they're saying to people isn't true, but they'll keep doing it. So, this came up, I think, yesterday, the day before, that obviously God understands people. Okay. So, it would be great if those people would understand God. Okay. Like, um, living in a misery is not something that God would create people to be doing. Clearly, I can't be actually causing other people's misery, but they sure as heck won't stop trying to cause misery upon me. So, in terms of what's fear, right, when a person doesn't actually get any enjoyment, say, out of a swimming pool or a piano, why should they have to have one? Some of these folks that were living in those projects don't understand that they don't even want to live in a house. It's just a complaint. Not they're going to clean out a black swimming pool, cut down huge weeds like that, get rid of spiders, right? Clean carpets, mop floors, all of that. They don't want to do that. They don't want six children. They don't want to do six, seven people's laundry. They don't want that. But they have to they don't want a piano, but they have to take it away from me. They got to take retarded children's fingers and force them to stomp on it when that's not even what they want to do. It really is that. It's kind of sickening. Some of these people are forced to learn instruments and stuff by their parents. It doesn't mean some of them aren't half good at it, but right. One of the examples of that is that JFK person that died in the airplane crash that was never allowed to live his own fucking life. He just kept wavering all over the place. So poor people do that shit too, apparently. You know how many people have probably been forced up into the what do they call that before the Olympics? The nationals. They've probably been forced to the nationals by their parents, and they don't even want to be in the Olympics, right? Because clearly not everybody makes it into that. So I'm sure you have just people, but it takes them till they're 20, 25 to just finally get it themselves because they don't even know. They've been brainwashed with it and go, I really think I want to do something else. Yeah, like I'm not really into this gymnastic thing, and I've fractured my foot. I dislocated my elbow 14 times. Like it's just get it. I'm sure it happens all the time with people trying to force their children to learn instruments and stuff, and certain colleges and all of that. Um, I don't think it's really good for your children to be an extension of yourself, and I know that's what primates do. One thing that's funny about my daughter is she said she wanted to be an English teacher in Japan, and all. It makes sense now. Is this English? A couple of them said funny things that seem to make more sense to me now. Right. Either so. I guess I could check the news now. I had to do my song. That Oh My God song. I'm sure I'll listen to that again tonight with my headphones. I tried to find some of the Indian trap music that's not 55 minutes long because I post this stuff to Twitter. So some of the stuff, if you didn't watch it, I don't even want to. Nope. I'd just say that you missed a couple of funnies if you went. If you didn't at least click on to see what the title was. Just I was gonna do it, but I don't want to start getting weird. Just I was gonna be like, if I'm laughing about it, I would think that at least a couple of people I know would probably laugh at it too. That's all I'm gonna say. People that are just like sick, just it's not necessarily sick, but just a weird sense of humor. Okay. Sometimes WCBB puts actual news clippings. North End restaurant is demanding millions in monetary damages amid outdoor dining ban. Right. Here comes the. It's just people that don't do anything else. They're really at a loss as to everything is a complaint, everything's a lawsuit. I don't think they can see how insane they are. I mean, I really don't. I don't think they can see how insane they are. Discussing top health concerns for women. This might be interesting because it's supposed to be National Women's Day.
It is International Women's Day, which
I'm
is why
sorry, international.
and I've been writing my resolutions every Friday. And I do that for 30 years. I know. We take a moment and we focus on their health. And here to help us with some of that this afternoon, Dr. Simone Wiles from Self Care Health. It's always great to see you smile, Dr. So, when it comes to the biggest health concerns for women, we know that heart health is right up there. So, what are the biggest things that women need to keep in mind to avoid issues? Well, and 1 in 5 women die from heart disease. That's a very significant number. And so we have to be intentional about taking care of our health. So I'm just going to share a few suggestions. So first, walk, walk, walk. Remember, exercise does the heart good. And I'll tell you, even 5 minutes of exercise is good for the heart. Eat a healthy diet. Now, your mother was right when she said eat your fruits and vegetables, cut out your sugary drinks. And also, another thing that we really want to stress is to make sure that you take care of yourself each and every day. Quit smoking. Don't start if you have not picked up that habit yet. Did I ever say that to you? Every single one of them. Every single one. Issues like heart health and cancer prevention, they get a lot of attention. Are there health challenges that maybe a lot of women aren't thinking about but should be, doctor? Yes, I think, Maria, like a lot of times, people are really focused on heart health and cancer, but there are other underlying conditions that people need to think about. For instance, mental health illness. You get stressed, you fall into depression and anxiety. There's also reproductive health. Many women, struggle with menstrual disorders, infertility, and then also there's osteoporosis, where the bones get brittle and fragile, and there's an increased risk for fractures. So really, we want the woman to think about all areas. And menopause, you need to add that too. And Dr. Wells, let me just say this, and I anecdotally, and I genuinely, I'm telling you, I believe this. I see this in our house with my wife. She takes care of everyone else. She takes care of everyone else. My mother took care of everyone else. Sometimes my wife takes care of herself too, but sometimes there's not enough time to focus on your own health. So how do you have those conversations with patients? It is a really great question and something that I try to focus in with all my female patients, that you have to take care of yourself in order to help others. So I encourage them, make sure you take breaks. It's okay to say no. It's okay to delegate tasks. And also get the support from your families, your husbands, and all of those around you so that you can serve everyone better. Great reminders. Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Wiles. We always love seeing you on a Friday with your wonderful smile, and we appreciate.
I wasn't really listening. I was probably half listening. I wasn't paying attention to what she was saying. I was looking at something else. All right. Let's see.
Jim was something that I've never encountered before. He seemed like a really nice teacher. I'm right inside the Pleasant Cafe here in Rosendale. In fact, I'm sitting at the very booth where Paul Giamatti and Dominic Sessa were seated for one key scene in The Holdovers. Now, this is a movie that was set in the early 1970s, and the filmmakers picked this restaurant because with its glossy wooden paneling and green leather booths, it still looks pretty much the same as it did 50 years ago. The crew spent 3 days filming here back in early 2022, but the restaurant owners, Joni and John Morgan, they didn't know for sure if their scene would actually be in the final cut of the movie until they went to see it. We came out of the movie theater so excited because it was in the movie for like 3 minutes, and it was, I don't know, I felt like it really portrayed the Pleasant. I mean, not so much the bar side, but definitely the restaurant side and just the homey feeling. Like I loved it. We loved it. The Morgans got to meet Paul Giamatti, who is also up, by the way, for a Best Actor Oscar on Sunday night. They're hoping that he eventually comes back to visit, especially if he ends up winning that Oscar. And they've already been contacted by.
There was a dude walking with the pizza right when I went on my walk, and there was like the same line of cars, but it wasn't at the Pleasant Cafe. Someone was, I don't know if it was Cindy or Erin. Someone in the past like 20 years took me there. For some reason, I'm thinking it was Erin, but it might have been Cindy. And I don't know if it was just they were going and picking up something. Yeah, I don't remember eating there, but we might have.
Looking to possibly set up a movie location tour here in Boston.
I know what it is, but that's not something that I used to do. Yeah, when I was like younger, I hung around in Dedham, and then I hung around in Needham, and then I went to college, and then I met Alfred in college, and then I lived in Millbury, and then we moved to Florida. So I never really got into that like scene, I guess they call it.
An alarming report tonight about Americans abusing alcohol. New CDC data shows a sharp increase in the number of deaths from drinking too much. Here to explain is Dr. Ali Raja, Deputy Chair of the Department of Emergency Medicine at Mass General Hospital. Good to see you, Doctor.
You too, Jesse. All right, Dr. Raja, as you know, it's hard to get real-time data about the health of 333 million people. So the most recent numbers we have are from the height of the pandemic. And as you can see, we'll put them on the screen, a 29% jump in the number of alcohol-related deaths over a 5-year period. I don't think it's surprising to anybody, Dr. Raja, that people were drinking more during the pandemic, but what stands out to you about these numbers? A couple of things, Ben. And first of all, you're right. They are a couple of years old, but like you said, they're the best that we can get. So we're comparing the number of deaths due to excessive alcohol use from 2020 to 2021, that's 5 years earlier. And like you said, it went up about 30%. Now, they included all sorts of things. Sorry.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'll listen to the rest of it too. So what he's saying is that since 2020, just way more people are probably ill, right? There's a lot of people that are basically being emotionally tormented to death. Okay, and it's a very serious problem. I explained it. I see it a lot with your species. It's very, very sad that all of this has had to go this way, especially since Almighty God made a big to do with the earthquake and the tsunami, and it's clearly in his book that you have people that are still perpetuating nonsense upon a population. And then clearly by 2016 and then 2020, if they became aware that none of the things they thought were going to happen. And then if people have been talking to them like I'm spoken to in this thing, um, it's very sad just trying to purposely put people in a despair. Some of these people might be medically ill and they're self treating because, as you know, your hospital facilities closed in 2020, which they had to. Because, as you know, again, when I visited two of them in 2023, you just go, yeah. And then, of course, to some degree, that's news to me, not news to other people, about the severity of the brain disease, even amongst people that were trying to provide medical coverage, and the fact that medical coverage can't be given because of the criminal insanity of people. They can't be kept alive, is what I'm saying. You have people that are outright demented that refuse to stop trying to kill people. Okay, so they can't be medically treated. And some of them, they will literally act like confused, angry, and enraged why they're not getting medical care. So they definitely got a lot of mental confusion going on because of a false belief, a delusion sent. Some of it was not sent to them purposely. It's the way their mind converts information. Like they're not getting arrested, so what they're doing is okay, or people agree with what they're doing, stuff like that. It's a free for all on people that apparently are being kept destitute, stuff like that. It's a free for all on breaking into people's houses. It's a free for all on attacking people. It's a free for all to kill your spouse that you can't divorce. All of that, especially since 2020 with that lockdown business. Some people probably felt like the complete world was over at that point. People forcing people to stay locked up in their housing, people putting people on weeks long quarantines, denying people food and water. Um, People believing that the police have decided they're not going to help certain people, all of these things. So when you already had people with the drinking problem, but I wouldn't, he's going to talk about it. But me, if I had to guess, having very little actual firsthand knowledge of that stuff in real life, I wouldn't just presume that everyone's in a despair. They may be trying to deal with being nuked. Like they're feeling the biological stressors of that, and they're trying to cope with everything. And then you have people that just don't care about life anymore. And because obviously when if you don't have a negative reaction to alcohol, that's what you're going to do. You're just going to stay drunk. If you don't know anything about actual alcoholism, if you just keep drinking, you don't even realize that you don't feel well, right? If you have never met a, because I learned this from meeting different types of people and taking cruises. I never had done in my life just 3 days in a row of drinking, stuff like that. I had never done that. So I didn't like, yeah, you basically go out drinking once and then I'm hungover, and then maybe a week goes by and you drink again. That's not what these folks do, right? They wake up hungover, so they drink again. And so even after just 3 days or after a week cruise, you really feel terrible when you stop drinking. It's awful. And that's only after a couple of days. So just imagine people that, people that have been drinking a long time. It's because their body is sick. They're probably, and then say that you did have a medical illness. Some people, that's how they're dealing with it. Right. So it's like a bunch of things.
From alcoholic liver disease and fetal alcohol syndrome to car accidents and falls directly related to alcohol. But the difference is pretty striking across the board. The one thing that really stood out to me was actually women. So in women, the increase was about 35% compared to only, and I say that this is still huge, only 27% for men. So that number in women was much higher than that number in men.
Those are big numbers. Of course, you run one of the busiest.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible time for women here. It really is. I think it's worse for the other species. Yeah, I really do. It's a terrible, awful time for women. So I can see why they keep drinking. Uh, I got away from mine, and as you know, right, when I got away from mine, there wasn't any more drinking. I started drinking because I wanted a divorce and it wouldn't go away. So just imagine this day and age, um, it just having to deal with all of this, and the meals around them's a response to it. They're not me, right? Many of these women are literally stuck in it. It's different than even this because these people want them to kiss them and have sex with them, and it's just some of them are in shock about family members, co-workers, the utterances, the pretending they don't know about it and stuff. Yeah, it's a terrible. Uh, their transition is a little bit sort of like that's why I demanded years ago to put a stop to this because I knew it was going to be psychologically detrimental to the population. I knew it was. I'm not. I think that they know I'm not doing it right. So it's not really my fault. No. So I expect it to end. Okay. So the doctors are reporting to you how much stress your population's under, and that's the whole entire transition plan was intended for you guys to not have that type of stress. So when waiting for the problem people to wrap up their important work and then expire.
ERs in New England. So, what impacts do you see?
Jessica, we see both immediate impacts, so immediate diseases related to drinking, like horrible cases like patients who come in after suicide attempts when drinking, or those who are injured by drunk drivers who are drinking. But we also see patients who come in with diseases like chronic hepatitis, or there's even certain cancers that can be related to alcohol. So all of those patients are included in these data from the CDC, and we can see them all in the ER. All right, so we don't have the data yet.
Not only that, but every person that's tried to help people, it's like me. Right. Everything that I've tried to do, they put a stop to. It's just the second that they started charging us to watch Hulu, and then they started systematically shutting us all off of the internet. We had a whole group of people in a recovery program, the ad program, and then people are getting mad at people because they're trying to place ads, and it just purposeful destruction of people. Yeah, it's just not a good way to go. And it's like all these people can sort of like comfort themselves with. So I don't think that anything can be done. Yeah, I mean, for 2 years, I've tried to get these people to try to socialize and stuff and to stop doing this. So whatever it is going on in their lives, they refuse to do it, or it's just they're so like well known or old or something. It's just not going to be possible. They just won't do it. Right. Like remember when they canceled the convoy of freedom, the conversation of freedom. They canceled the conversation of freedom because I suggested that that be used to help them meet people of their own species. You cancel the conversation for freedom because you're demanding to have to interact with my species? No. Nope. It'll be this lockdown dominant stance until God finally kills you, folks. That is completely irrational. It's an excuse for just being social, having antisocial personality disorder, but yet you won't stop bothering people. You're moderators on the internet. People have to engage with you. We just have to ask you things. Come on. Oh, yeah. Some of them are demanding girlfriends. How would we get you girlfriends when you won't allow anyone to even help you socialize. Right, you just go, it just gets worse every day. And I told them they could remain anonymous like 4 years ago if they stopped doing this. You outlawed Florida alimony. How are you going to stay anonymous now? January 6, 2021, how are you going to stay anonymous?
And over the past 3 years, so essentially since the pandemic was winding down through now. But what's your sense based on what you see in your ER? Do you think Americans are drinking less, or have those numbers stayed stubbornly high? I think that we are, Ben, and I really hope that we are. You know, there were a number of studies from a couple of years ago that showed that, and I know we talked about this earlier, that people bought more alcohol during the early parts of the pandemic, especially wine and hard liquor. You know, and as we all experienced, there was a lot of social isolation and stress, and so it's not a surprise that there's data that shows that binge drinking went up too. So I'm really hopeful that now that most of us are feeling less socially isolated, and that we clinicians are aware of this issue and can screen our patients and can work with our patients.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, even I had a couple of beers for like, I don't know, what was that, like 2 or 3 weeks? I can't smoke the cigarettes. Yeah, it's not a good time to be smoking. I can't smoke the cigarettes anyway. Like, the time of my life is over that I can smoke the cigarettes, but like, and then I started like almost getting a wheeze again. And just everything that's going on with the radiation, it's not the best time to be smoking a cigarette. I mean, yeah, I understand the philosophy of what are you talking about? Wouldn't that be the best time to drink and smoke a cigarette? I don't want to throw my life away. I don't. I stopped drinking and smoking for a reason. Yeah, it's almost like when you can't breathe anymore, maybe drink a beer and smoke a cigarette. Yeah, not when I can still do jog walks and walk around and stuff. No. That's why I quit smoking. Yeah, I was smoking sometimes when I was still doing those walks, but once I started doing more cardio, I went, oh my God, I got to stop smoking. I can't breathe. Yeah, that's exactly in it. Well, the first time was because of the swelling in my gut. I wasn't drinking alcohol. No, I went from, like I told you, like 2010 to last summer. Yeah. I explained this. It's not a story, it's my life a million times. I went a whole year. I went from Labor Day to Labor Day, and I went out drinking one night, and then that was it. Right. So I go by the first time I stopped drinking because it was a whole year, one slip and not drinking. So then I went all the way from 2010 to 2023. That's 13 years. Almost to the day. It was like July 13th, not Labor Day. So, anyways, it always inevitably leads to smoking cigarettes like a drug addict. Yeah, if you know anybody that's a drug addict and they drink, they're still doing drugs. Guaranteed. They're lying to you. Because cigarettes aren't even as addictive as some of these other drugs. There's no possible way. Yeah. I've encountered this before. There's no possible way they're not using drugs. And if they just started drinking again like a month ago, they're going to start doing drugs. Yeah, they're definitely going to start doing drugs. So just know that. If you meet someone that used to smoke cigarettes and they're sober, and you see them go, well, maybe a beer, they're going to smoke cigarettes. Just know that. Yeah, probably a lot of people that drank and did drugs. It took a long time I've quit smoking so many different times. It's like I started smoking when I was like 9 years old. Yeah, it's just a thing. Not to do, I guess, but it's like a weird thing where I guess I probably wouldn't do it in a rebirth. I would assume I wouldn't do it after a rebirth, but in this life, it's probably just something once you have that 9 years old, that's it. Just everything about it. I guess I don't really find smoking that gross. But when I don't smoke, I can't stand the smell of it. Yeah, I don't want cigarette smoke around me. Um, that was one thing I commented about that Brian guy. You just go, hide it. I don't even smell cigarettes on you. I don't smell booze on you except the beer. Yeah, and he was clearly smoking cigarettes and drinking hard alcohol. Maybe it's because he only drank vodka. I don't think he was drinking the flavored stuff either. That's probably why. But the second he drank a beer, that you could smell and taste, but not cigarettes. I know, just I must just be like numb to all the cigarette stuff. Just the second I started smoking, that was it. I like, and it sucks when you get when you, once you get to that point in your life where you start wanting you tell yourself you should quit. It ruins you can't even enjoy it anymore. Back to the days of high school where you could actually enjoy smoking because you never had a thought in your head to quit. Once you start thinking that, it's over. Every time you smoke, you start getting scared or something. If you know the number of years you've been smoking, right? You know the number of years you've been smoking. You know that there's like statistics about getting sick, which I don't even believe anymore. But emphysema, yeah. COPD, yeah. Lung cancer, no. Yeah, lung cancer, no. Emphysema, yes. COPD, yes. Lung cancer, no. Maybe even pancreatic cancer. God had to explain it to me, but not lung cancer. Yeah, so I don't know if you're ever going to get someone who smokes to stop smoking by telling them that because it's almost like that we all know it doesn't cause lung cancer. Say something it actually does cause. I guess it doesn't make any sense to us, right? But God explained to me about the pancreatic cancer, so I guess that one does make sense, right? And it clearly can cause you to wheeze and not be able to F and breathe if you do it long enough. Yeah. Well, the other stuff too, like the your nails turn yellow, you smell like cigarettes. It's a wicked, gross smell when you don't smoke cigarettes. You can smell it a mile away. Um, I don't think there's that many people that smoke cigarettes anymore. I noticed someone the other day. Where was I? It may have even been outside. Yeah, like they must have just smoked, or they were like smoking a bunch because they were stressed out or something. But yeah, now that you mention it in a grocery store and stuff, yeah, I don't think that many people smoke cigarettes anymore. I don't know what the statistics are on that. Not around here, but maybe I don't smell it really that much on people unless it's real strong. I don't know, cause yeah, I didn't smell it on Brian. I know a lot of people that smoke. Maybe after have like just smoked or something. Yeah, it was just the other day. I was probably in a store and I went like that. You just do like, usually I'm so used to smelling that disgusting drug smell on people. It's usually not cigarettes.
Next year and the year after that, we'll see these numbers start to come down. And Dr. Roger, before you go, is there any seasonality to alcohol consumption here in New England? Is it the holidays? Is it summer with the picnics and the barbecues? Is it the dark gray months of winter? What's your experience been in the year?
There's not as much seasonality as there are spikes around the holidays. The one thing that does come up and that there is good data around is that the number of patients who come in with depression and with bad effects on their mental health does really tend to increase in the winter as we have these darker months where we both leave for work and come home from work in the dark, and that can definitely be tough here in New England. So whatever you can do, especially during these times of the year where we're starting to come out of that now, but during these times of the year, come next year when we're in January, February, do what we can to support each other because those are times where we can all feel a little more socially isolated.
Absolutely. Dr. Ali Raja, we always appreciate your insight. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse. Thanks, Megan.
Hi.
I have like this thing on my eye. I guess it's probably this chazazinin cyst or something. Yeah. I think it's only been about a week or two. I noticed it first. I noticed that my eye was very sore. I looked up the symptoms. It sounds totally like that. I noticed it was sore. I noticed I had a bump there and that it was sore. Like it hurt. It doesn't hurt anymore. That's what they said. It hurts at first and then it like immediately doesn't hurt. Like as soon as you get it, I guess it probably hurts. And yeah, it freaked me out because I was like, oh my God, is that on my eyeball? It's not. It's like in the eyelid. After about a day, I lifted up my eyelid and looked down. So I knew it wasn't my eyeball. And then I'm like, maybe it's a bug bite or something. But it hasn't gone away yet, but it says it usually goes away in a few weeks or a month. So I just started putting a warm washcloth on it today. But you know what? I thought it made it worse. Yeah, because at first it wasn't making my eyelid swollen. Was it yesterday morning when I woke up? I could tell my eyelid was swollen too. So unless it's like the warm compress made the rest of the eyelid not as swollen, and then there it is again, and it wasn't actually making it bigger. I know. I started having. I was like, oh my God! Like it freaked me out because that woman that had that her eye removed, but also just having a bump like that, it freaks you out because you're like, is that my eye or my eyelid? I got concerned too because of that dude making me scream like that. I was like, did I just get like a blood vessel in my eye explode from screaming at that friggin' dude? Yeah, it's like, what the hell? Yeah, I was telling myself it was gonna go away. Hopefully that's God's voice. I'm like, it'll go away. God will take care of it. It'll just go away. But then today I was like, I'm gonna put it says warm compresses, yeah. It's got to do with like oil glands and stuff. You have glands, I guess, in your eyes. Obviously, it says, and I'm having hormonal things going on. It says that. That's one of the things. I don't know if it could be related to the radiation, but it said in the symptoms, if you have hormonal changes going on. Ages 35 to 50. Yeah, I know. Is it something that women get in menopause or something? That makes sense. When to expect the heaviest rain? Oh, that was 6 days ago. Okay. 113th birthday. Jesus Christ, God. Help us all. I mean, you never want to, it's always probably scary, but I mean, Jesus Christ, 113? No, thank you. I'm already going to be 53, and you go, thank God for polycystic kidney disease. Just, whoa. Just doing what? Just being in a room like this? I know you just go, this is fucking crazy. Like, how long do you think Charles Manson wanted to live or Richard Ramirez? Do you think Richard Ramirez was upset he got cancer? I doubt it. Right. I'm sure it's not that he wanted to die, but clearly you were never letting him the fuck out of there. And it's coupled with how the fuck was he going to live? It's the same thing you're doing to me, and I'm not a fucking criminal. So it's reached the height of God's definitely going to kill you. Okay, let's see. They're going to start showing smokers again. They can't talk about lung cancer unless they're talking about smoking. It's not helpful. Yeah, just they're still talking about a ceasefire in Gaza and stuff, and you're like, is that some kind of an excuse for them shutting off my income? They did it after I stopped smoking. I wasn't smoking in April, and I quit smoking October 1st. It was after that they shut the money off. And I mean, when's the last time I drank July 13th, and probably by the middle of August, I wasn't drinking in Washington, D.C. I don't think I drank at all after I came back from there either. I think it was only a couple of weeks in July. Yeah, and then October 1st, I remember it, October 1st. And then I quit on October 1st. And then after that, you sent me a letter saying you shut my fucking income off. Not you wanted me to stop smoking. I went over the entire thing during the time. Oh, yeah, talk about God putting you in a delusion. So, anyways, every month they're going to come up with something else that they're doing and why. It's part of being psychopathically insane. Okay, who should worry about lung cancer? I'm feeling pretty confident that you people are going to die soon. Yeah, like I've stated a bunch of times. So that this will end. 13 years is enough of it. Oh, this is why. That's why they're going over this again. They are not going to screen you folks for lung cancer. I don't know if anybody was asking for it or they're pointing it out to you. Okay. Okay. Because it used to be different. Okay. So it's age 50 to 80 who have a 20-year or greater pack. They wrote it wrong. Greater. It's a pack a day history, regardless of current smoking status. Okay. Because before it was if you were younger, if you were 50 to something, you had to have a 2-pack a day for so many years, like 15 years. And if you were past 60, then it was 1-pack it was 1-pack a day for 20 years or something. Right. So if you are not a smoker, they're not screening you for lung cancer. That's what I mean. That's clearly what they're saying. If you don't smoke cigarettes, I don't know if it counts. Do they count marijuana and drugs smoking or just cigarette smoking? Because that's a pack. So you have to be a tobacco cigarette smoker. That's not even cigars. A pack year. Oh, that's a word they came up with. A pack year is defined as smoking an average of 1 pack of cigarettes per day for 1 year. Okay. You have to have 20 years of that. 20 years of a pack a day to be screened. You don't even qualify for it. Just right. So I don't know if people even care. I don't know if anybody's ever even said anything like we need to be screened. One of the things is it kind of it's a verification. It's not I'm a be all know all. It's a verification of something that was stated, quote unquote, by me, and it turns out that it's true. Because people try to tell me in this internet prison, not continuously, but most of the time, it's been a lot lately, that I have a psychosis and I'm insane and I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. Did I not say that you weren't being screened for lung cancer? Okay. Granted, I haven't been regularly visiting a doctor since I was about, I don't know, 48. I had a primary care physician up until about New Mexico, 2019. Okay, so what was I, like 48 or 49? Somewhere in there. Probably 48, because 1971. So I was about 48. I had a primary care physician, so I wasn't 50, I suppose, right? So maybe that doesn't count, but do I have a 20-year pack a day history of smoking? Probably. I was like 9 when I started smoking. I don't know if it was a pack a day, but that's a long time of smoking. And then how old was I when I was pregnant with the second one? Like 24? So I wouldn't even have had 20 years. It would have been just under that. Right. And then when did I start smoking again? In 2006. So about 2000 and, I mean, about 1995, 96. I think I quit with the second one, but then I smoked briefly until I got pregnant with the third one. Right. So, well, I guess if you went by 1997, that would be another 10 years. I went 10 years, just about 9 years without smoking, and then started smoking again. And then I smoked from 2006 to uh, it wasn't a pack a day right away because I had started traveling and drinking. It was only when I was traveling and drinking, and then it inevitably becomes just smoking. We'd just say 2006 till about 2014. So that was almost another 10 years. But, anyways, clearly, if you clumped that all together, it's well over 20 years. But I'm actually not really that concerned about that because I don't even believe that smoking cigarettes causes lung cancer. I just went over that. I don't believe anyone's impervious to ionizing radiation. It's a long term immunity. Okay. So, people are not being screened for it. Okay. Uh, I also thought, what do a lot of black men smoke cigarettes? I didn't think they did, but maybe I don't know the statistics. And like, obviously, I don't go out and meet swaths of people to know, but I don't know. It just seemed to me that a lot of them don't smoke, but so they're definitely not getting screened, right? It was also my understanding that you really don't have any symptoms until you're going to die because once you have symptoms, even with treatment, you don't survive. It's just the nature of lung cancer. So, well, it's actually probably a very compassionate way to go. Yeah. Especially if there's kind of a confusion that you'll literally, like, your lung matter will go and you won't be able to breathe. Hopefully, that's not even true. Right. Hopefully, you just have a cancer. And because you don't have any symptoms, it metastasized so quickly. Okay. That's, I would think. And then it just goes right to your liver or right to your brain. I know that in those Jenny Apple blogs, she mentioned shortness of breath, and then I really don't think she lived too much longer after that. But I don't remember exactly. What was it, like a month or two? It wasn't long. Yeah, once she had that symptom, it was, yeah. So I think there's a medication they can give you for shortness of breath. So, and I think she was on oxygen and she was in a wheelchair eventually. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Turn the light on. I think I'll cook. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta go to the food pantry tomorrow. I think I'll do cook the chicken tomorrow. I think it'll be okay in the cooler one more day. Well, I was planning on doing that brisket tonight, unless I fall asleep. If that happens, I'll have to cook the chicken tomorrow. Just put it away and eat and have the brisket. I think I'm just gonna bake it. I'm not gonna eat all of that. It's like a 3 pound. But this is this thing that you know how much that's gonna shrink. Yeah, that's the thing about it. It's $1.49 a pound. Just know most of it's fat, and it's gonna shrink when you cook it. If you've never had corned beef brisket before, it's good, but it's wicked fatty. Just know that. You can expect that thing to shrink at least half its size. Now in Dallas, Texas, you can actually get just beef brisket that's not corned beef, because corned beef probably means it's loaded with salt and nitrates. You can get just beef brisket in Dallas, Texas. You can, because I lived there. One of my children was born there. She's a native Texan. So they give you a special birth certificate that says native Texan when you're born there. So, right, because I think that means some shit to them. They don't like people moving in there. It's probably one of those places where it's constant, like Florida. It's like a transient place, and there's constantly people coming from other places. So that means some shit when you have that birth certificate. Anyways, what was it? Mesquite. That's when I found out what mesquite is, because they have mesquite trees. Right? All that mesquite barbecue. It comes from a tree. So clearly that shit, right? That shit it was around, existed as soon as from the time trees existed. People had mesquite barbecue. That doesn't go away with the world. So I used to put everything in the crock pot when I lived in Dallas, Texas, because it's so damn hot. I had like a what 18-month old, and in like a 4-month old. No, she must have been more than 18 months, because if she was 8 months, she was like two. Yeah, two and a half. Well, no, because if she was 33 months, that's almost three when I had the third one. So I was pregnant with the third one. So, uh, well, no, yeah, maybe like 28 months or something like that. And then the other one was probably like 18 months old or something. And I was pregnant. And it's very, very hot in Texas. That year was like wicked hot. That's when they had those Jared tornadoes. So, anyways, probably because I used to be in Frank. Yep. Like we just moved there to bring a bunch of tornadoes. Exactly. Like we moved there in March and we were gone by September. Right. Just they wanted him to come back almost as soon as we moved there, but I was pregnant, so they waited until after I had her. I think she was like 2 weeks old when we moved back to Orlando. She was wicked young. So they paid for everything. They came and boxed up the entire house. We flew on an airplane. They had paid for the rental car. They paid to put us in a hotel. They didn't do that when we moved there in 1995, was it? Yeah, they didn't do that shit then. We had to ship all of our stuff on it, which was not much stuff, on an airplane on freight. Right, and then I don't know. Someone, it must have been Al's cousin or something, helped out a truck or whatever, and brought the shit to an apartment. Yeah, he went down there first, and I was in Millbury by myself with my daughter. Right, and then he was down there for what, a month and a half, and he got an apartment and stuff, and then he must have came back up just to pack up the stuff and move us down there. Yeah, so because she was only, I just had her in December, and I think it was like April that we moved. She was only like 5 months old when we moved down there. So like rapid fire children. I couldn't imagine having children like years and years apart from each other. Yeah, I couldn't imagine doing that, because I think honestly for me, if the first one was potty trained and everything, I don't know if I would have had another one. Yeah. I shouldn't say that. I would have at least had two. And I wanted to have another girl. I wanted a girl the first time and I wanted a girl the second time. That's the God's honest truth. It was only till the third one that I was like, oh, we should have a boy. Right? I wanted a girl the first time and a girl the second time. So, because I think that a girl should have a sister. I don't think brothers are that important. Sorry. If I thought I was only going to have two children, that's what I thought. He was the one that wanted like three, and I told him he was crazy. Yeah, if I was only going to have two, I wanted to have her to have a sister. So, um, yeah, if the second one had been out of diapers and potty trains and stuff, I don't know if I would have had any more kids. That's the trick of it. If you're a man and you marry someone and you want to have a bunch of kids, you better have them close together because it's not that the woman doesn't like them. It's just it. I couldn't imagine having like a kid in junior high school. It takes so much away from that child to have another newborn because it's so much work. You know what I'm saying? Like I think they should all be the same age. Like having sextuplets. I wouldn't want to have sextuplets. Don't get me wrong, but because obviously my body can take it, so I don't really have any regrets having six children at all. I mean, I regret, I guess, ever believing that anybody in this world wouldn't be this fucking insane. I had no idea of knowing people were this sick. That's been a whole, probably a eye opener for me. Just terrible. But, anyways, I don't regret having. I wanted to have more, actually, but I knew that I had a medical condition. And I knew that I was married to an asshole. So, you get tired of negotiating a child with the person, and then you see what happens, right? And then people act like he's trapped in a marriage. Is he trapped in a marriage? What was her name? Carrie, his cousin. Is he trapped in a marriage? You never wondered why a dude like that is with a woman like me that looks like this? Never mind my intelligence level. Is he trapped in a marriage? Fucking break. In my academics, I know. Is he trapped in a marriage, folks? Betty Broderick. Is he trapped in a marriage, folks? Okay. Or he wouldn't leave her the F alone because he went out with someone to get her attention. Right. Is he trapped in a marriage, folks? God. I've seen the film. I think I watched one of her trials, didn't I? I know I saw the films, and I think I saw her second trial because Court TV was on then, right? Is he trapped in a marriage, though? It doesn't make any sense. Why won't him and that chick leave her alone? They did the same thing with the house, you know. They did the same thing to her with the house that Alan, his lawyer, was doing with me. That's why they take the children. Does it seem like they're negotiating a divorce? Women will marry these people. We don't want them back. It's not about that. But you go, what in the hell? This dude mentions some ex girlfriend. We're not even married yet. And you go, look, goodbye. The only person that would ever stay with you, dude, is psycho like that, like those females I just mentioned. The one that married Dan Broderick and Alfred's, I guess, wife, because a man's allowed to have two wives here. Are you sure? Like, it's so shocking that someone even recently, like months ago, goes, are you sure? Because there's pictures of a wedding on his Facebook page. I'm pretty sure I don't have a divorce decree in my hands. Yeah, pretty sure. For the love of fucking Christ, the man would have been ordered to pay alimony. They just outlawed it in June 30th of 2023. How long has he supposedly been remarried? How is he remarried when he's not fucking divorced? They started doing it in Massachusetts at least by 2016, in case you didn't know that. When I went to find out about a marriage license, you don't even have to prove you're divorced to get married in the state of Massachusetts, in case you don't know that. People have gone completely insane. It's very, very sad. So people don't have to lament about it because God is killing them all. But they do things and they don't even ask the voters if it's okay. They don't care what anybody thinks. Right? So, other than going around with shotguns, what could anybody do? So God's killing them. Including the people that obviously allowed them to do it. I'm not talking about people who went Exodus 20. I'm talking about the perpetuators of the entire thing. You go to the American people and explain to them what's going on, just like the rest of us were doing. Right? Like there's some sort of a problem where people are like taking over the country and just being so aggressive that they're not doing anything that's actually legal. That's why the cops don't show up and tell you to get out of your house. They're just mentally insane and they're clearly dangerous and violent. So don't try to get into it with them. They literally think that the police are here to put you in jail if they can't steal your fucking house from you, steal your children from you, steal your clothing. They literally think that that's why the police are here. They're mentally insane. So I know that people keep going like this because it's scary. It's like you're in the middle of what would be a civil war. You're like long into what would be called a civil war. But for the God sent delusion to those who aren't aware of it. Because what they're doing is called a civil war because they're locked within your system. But what happens is when they can't use your system, they just do illegal things. They probably think that's civil. They attack you until you punch them in the face. Then they call the police and think you're going to jail. That's a civil war. Oh yeah, they'd have barracks set up right now with 150 million people in it. Just going, this is a fine war you got going here. And then how are you planning on caring for yourselves? Because it's a mental illness. They literally would round up everybody that's running the electricity, the sewer, the water supply, your medical team, and then eventually the cops. Just like you saw in 2020. They are not actors, okay? They would have 150 million people in a prison or an oven by now, but for God, right? And then all you can do through the barbed wire is just watch them and just go, what do they think they're doing now? I mean, like those dudes over there, those are probably the cops. What do you think they're doing now? I have no idea if people fled Quincy. I have no idea if they. Hopefully they did. If they're supposed to. Just I can give you an idea of what they should. I don't think they're gonna do this. I have an idea of what you guys should do if you're not on my schedule. You need to get caught up right now.
Folks, just want to take a moment.
No, not this part.
Not a single donation goes unnoted.
I was like, you're chopping stuff again? Oh my god. I mean, I used to smoke a pack a day of cigarettes, but I'm concerned just. Is that supposed to be a tablet sound? It's better in headphones, yeah. You could have the headphones. It probably puts more reverb in your ears or something. Is that what it's called? Yeah, it's definitely better with headphones. For all I know, like other times that I see him, he's probably like wicked active or something. Yeah, just and not just. Talk about someone who doesn't know his age. Right, just like he's like 103 and he's like 24. All right, let me check some of this news. It sounds like he's doing their dinner, which of course will trigger me at first to think I'm hungry. Yeah. Well, I don't know what time it was they had the almonds, but that doesn't matter to me when I'm hungry. Right. The only time that matters to me is if aren't hungry and I go, it's gonna be this amount of time. So by this time, I've got to go down there and make food. That's when it matters to me. Oh, here you go. This is definitely. Here comes the. Here comes the. Y'all don't really want it. Ignoring Donald Trump's sex assault sins takes forgiveness too far. Really? What about ignoring Brian Buchanan's sex assault sins? What about ignoring that? What about ignoring parental kidnapping sins? But in terms of sexual assault, make a bit of sense, right? If you disagree with something, then you disagree with something. Otherwise, it's all a big bunch of crapola. I don't know anything about Donald Trump's sex assault sins. But clearly, people aren't ignoring it. Right? By the fact that anybody ever talked about it means they're not ignoring it. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I'm sure that all the parties involved would be handed a microphone and television time. Like, see how it's not just about calling up the police and filing some report? Did anyone do that in that case? Or they just immediately start talking about something that someone, even if it's, oh, someone is reporting that Brian Buchanan committed sexual assault. We can't acknowledge that. Yeah, that's the big thing. You can't acknowledge me and you can't acknowledge him. Okay, gotcha. They're gonna burn down another house. Here comes the. Here comes all the really want it now. That's all that is. What's the town? Did they tell us yet? Oh, Brookline. Anyone born after 1999. So that's like 20? 20 and under? Or 21? Yeah. 21, I guess. Well, isn't that what their law is? Was it 18 before? Yeah, it should be 21 because of the drinking. Some people would say both of them should be 22, but I don't know if I say that, right? I throw that out there. If someone would have asked me if it was an outrageous thing to raise the drinking age to 22, no, I wouldn't think it was outrageous. Because clearly it went from 18 to 21. I'm pretty sure I was alive when that happened because I remember it. Right? If I was born in 1971, it had something to do with the Vietnam War, or people were talking about it still because I remember that topic. Right? That I guess it had gone down to 18 because they were trying to say, how are you drafting people into a war at 19 or something, but they can't drink alcohol? So their answer was to lower the drinking age, not go, yeah, that seems fucked up. Maybe they're too young to be in a war. And then it went back up to 21. But 22, I don't think it should be higher than 22. I don't even like drinking or cigarette smoking, but I don't think it should be higher than 22 because that's a person's, people have a right to make their own life decisions if the product is available. But it, like, that's sort of like in nature, but they can't force other people to grow the product, pick it, treat it, and roll it for them. Okay, that's the crazy part of it. That's why some of these topics are, and then their answer is always, well, that's what it is. Okay, don't ask me things then. Your criteria for what is and what should be is not the same as mine. Yeah, like that's why some of this stuff is not worth talking about. It's a different species and a different sort of outlook on the future. Like tobacco is a plant that just grows. So if God grows a plant, then God grows a plant. And I don't go around like that's what these people with the marijuana don't understand. And it's a non issue with my species, believe me. The people with the marijuana don't understand it. Unless you're growing that shit in your whatever, you have to have those lights and all that. What you're saying is still insane and irrational. You're demanding a product from people that you don't need for any reason, and you can't demand products from people anyway. Right? Like all this bullshit about, I don't know if people think I'm making demands for a SNAP food card or something. I'm not demanding people give me marijuana and alcohol or even cigarettes. Unless you're saying it's in a store, so you want it, right? Because right in a natural ecosystem, you're not going to be allowed to enslave people because you have to think in your heads, right? Say that this whole land piece is cleared and then these rebirths pop up, right? I'm explaining to you again why God isn't letting you rebirth. 1600 years radioactive decay. Okay, I'm explaining it. You do this, your species does the same behaviors. It's been thousands of years. Okay. Land has been cleared before by natural disasters, by war, by other plagues. Okay, and people have run away from you to be away from you, and then you follow those people everywhere they go, and then you enslave them. You put them in dungeons and towers. You make up laws just as an excuse to put them in jail. All of it's the same. It's not new. You stop them from walking around. You force people to have sex with you, and then you say they're your spouse, and you have children with them. None of it's new. Okay. It's just that is your species behaviors, and you made laws were made up to protect your own species from yourselves. You breached every wall around the planet, and so it's done. Okay. Right. So and you couldn't live on planet Earth without a government. You would just be mowing over every person on a planet. It would be pure aggression and your uncontrolled breeding. Okay, just like the stuff you've been doing. And your answer is just, looks like we can. I mean, that's mentally retarded, even though you may not know that. Okay, just, you would literally force people to grow something that you don't even need. Right. Food grows and runs and water flows, but you conjured up a way that you need slaves for all of that when you don't. Now there's so many of you. Where would all this marijuana grow? Where's all this opium plant gonna grow? Where is all this alcohol gonna come from? It has to come from grains, and you're worried about people starving overseas, but you need alcohol? I mean, you're talking to me about water? Because of a sanitary napkin that you have like this, are you actually gonna be on it? Are you against sanitary napkins? Then give me a fucking cloth. Something. You kicked me out of a room with the bathroom and everything. I could have torn a fucking rag for myself and cleaned up. It wasn't I was in a hotel room demanding a sanitary napkin. That's what I'm explaining to you. They set hotel rooms on fire to do that. And then you're stuck at this Boston Bowl hours upon hours upon hours upon hours. They're fucking deranged. Not I had any, all my shit was in a hotel room that we were fucking evacuated from. Anyways, just people are just brutally fucking insane. So, anyways, people don't have water. Okay, guess what? People are going to have plenty of fucking water. Yep, people are going to have plenty of fucking water. So, I don't know. Clearly, something like that, and I told you she's not an American because she had a heavy accent. Things like that clearly conjured up something in their fucking skull about why the Virgin Mother is sitting on a bloody fucking pad for 10 hours in a hotel like that after 12 years of this shit. Right. You're just going to die. Your demographic cannot fight off cancer. So, whatever was going on in your brain matter to go there, I think I know what it was. You're psychotic and you're filled with bigoted hatred. So, if she doesn't have lung cancer yet, because it's been 2 years, you're in a kill, kill, kill zone. Not, I'm going to show up with a gun and kill you. No, you just go, probably not, but you're just like, do you mind if we ask you, like, that woman, like, who is that? So don't ask why you're all getting lung cancer and dying. Right, you just go, all of it seems normal, doesn't it? I think the story about the pizza place is funny too because it says Oz cars. It does. I know you just go, I don't know if they're Oz, but I don't know if they're Oz or not. I'm not judging that, but I'd say a lot of people are driving on purpose, yeah. Patriots captain agrees to 3-year deal. Like, you'd have to take a stance that my species doesn't burn fuel. I'm not sure that's true or not. Right, if you go, we're obviously, these people are going to kill us all, so this is all we can do is drive these cars around because it's killing them. I don't know. I know I don't do it, but it doesn't mean that other people don't. I don't know that. That's up to God to decide. I can understand at first thinking that they're all Oz, but I'm not sure that's true. Some of them might walk too. They drive for a certain time of the day, and some of those people are driving our food around, especially if you're at a food pantry. Right? So to think that they would just allow people to starve me because they're too good to drive a car, I'm not. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. But in the beginning, maybe some of those people contemplated getting rid of their car, and you just, I mean, come on, 13 years, 15 years of this. They've watched American citizens being murdered on the street. So at first, maybe, but then you just go. I think they're driving on purpose, not they're retarded people. Yeah, I gotta say. That's why the driving increased. Yeah, it should only take so long after that earthquake to go. And then after 2019, C Star, it's 2024. It's been it'll be 5 years in August. It's been 4 years, 4.5 years. Yeah, just, there's not really that much news today, I've noticed. Well, it's not like there's a lot of news pissing me off either, so that's good. And now we're going to have the weekend, so they don't really do that much news on the weekends. So Nobody was protesting in Boston today. They only do it in the rain. Interesting. Did they take the day off? I hope they did jog walks. They have their own schedule because the schedule today was you're supposed to do jog walks. You didn't have to do the walk, but you had to do jog walks. Yep. I went over the whole schedule, didn't I? Like a week and a half ago. That's it. The first one was that fire starter thing. Yeah, I didn't know anything about this trap music. Is that weird? Because that's going to be what Michael Foran was listening to on the beach. That trap music. He's probably seen all those Fast and the Furious, and then he's going to be wanting to go out with those females. He was only 24. I just think it's funny. Right, like, what's this? Detoxes, Fast and the Furious, trap music on the beach. Here she comes. Do, 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 do. What's this? It's what? No. Lebanese. I'm Irish and English. She's German. Right. German. She's German and Mexican. Believe it or not. Genetics are a strange thing. I've seen photographs of her mother. I don't think I look like her mother either, but I'm like Tom Kent's daughter. Yeah. He had dark hair and blue eyes, just like this, and none of his other children look like this. It works in a mimicry. Right. That's how you get like an Egyptian or an Indian in a household, and the people aren't they're aware of it, but they're not aware of it. Like Rosemary's Baby, because that's what my baby photos look like. Yeah, I looked Asian because I remember the photograph she used to have, and I was like, yeah, what's with that? It goes away, but yet it doesn't. I was thinking that too, like about Richard Ramirez. Wouldn't that actually mean that he could look like me? Because I was wondering that. You go, wait a minute, he does look exactly right. It's something to do with genetics that have to have something to do with me too, because it my one of my children, yeah, he looks. That's kind of like eerily what to me. That's eerily what Freddie Mercury looks like. Yeah, you just go. I can just see it. I can see like the genetics. It's strange. Like it looks like he definitely looks like the man that fathered him this time. I don't know what he looks like now. I haven't seen him since he was like 5 or 6 years old. But the photographs from before, He definitely looks like the man that fathered him, but you go, whoa, because he also looks like one of my children, and you just go, what the fuck? That's why it's so. Maybe he was one of my children before or something, because just the thing with the thing on his hands and stuff, you go, oh my fucking god, it's like totally like my kid. Yeah, you just go, what is that? Whoa, whoa. Not like in a bad way, just like a wicked sort of like, it's like scary. Not really, a little bit. I think a little bit, he fathered Jeffrey Dahmer too. So he kind of looks like it too, but that's, I don't want to negate him, but it could be sort of my genetics. Probably he could say that too. Maybe you have my genetics. We could all start doing that to each other. Maybe you have my genetics. Probably he's claiming that he's Karen's son, so maybe I have her genetics. Just confuse everybody on the planet about what you're even talking about. It's not as enjoyable because there's a picture of a female in it. It has nothing to do with sex either. It's just, it's like, I don't know. The other ones, it's probably not because she's a female. It's just the other ones. It's just, it's a thing with just that thing that you're looking at, not a person. It's almost like that lean back video, and all of a sudden I'm looking at this huge guy's face. I'm so used to looking at a blue thing with the lyrics. I don't. Yeah, I probably don't want to look at a dude's face either. It's not. They're not sex songs. No, it's like maybe that Brian guy would say they're Adderall songs or something. They're not sex songs. There's always going to be weird, gross people that think everything is a sex thing. Just putting that out there. No, they. I laugh at it. I sit there listening to it, laughing. That's, you would hope a person isn't laughing during sex. It sounds funny to me. That's why I'm laughing. Ding 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 ding. And the bass and stuff. And like you're on a roller coaster. Yeah, like you're on carnival rides. And here comes the boom. Oh yeah, like a dude listening to that. That's what I'm saying. Like a person could go, "Oh my god!" and he's what, listening to this sex music. I'm not sure he was doing that because I'm listening to the stuff laughing. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, you got to watch out when you're a creeper. Like, sort of, eh, don't get. I think if you get too judgment, some like the real bad sex offenders probably don't judge themselves enough, and then people that sort of like, you judge yourself too much. You just have to accept your sort of like limitations and go, you are in some sort of a, come out of it. It's good to know that. Yeah, you just go. I don't think that's needed. No, don't be mean. I don't think that's needed. Just like a whole bunch of young people, like, you're too old for us. I wasn't doing that about the music. No, I actually wasn't. You just go, you are too old for us. We are laughing at this music, not where we're like ready to romp around with like 60 and 70-year olds. See, this one's just black with like a dude on a feather boat, and it just goes like this. You don't have to be on drugs, you know. I don't know if people are doing this when they're high. I'm not on drugs. I had almonds and raisins, and I did jog walks and a walk. I'm a naturally happy person. I don't use drugs. That's probably why I've never been into drugs. I guess yeah, they would make me scared and stuff. Like it's not that I've never used a drug, but I don't, and then I don't like it. Yeah, cigarettes a whole nother story. I just know I gotta stay away from them. I think it's more than the nicotine. Yeah, it's the whole entire thing about smoking. There's a whole thing with the blowing of the smoke and stuff. It's just a whole thing. It's good for rage, I guess. Yeah, that's why when you're not, when you smoke like that, you're not really athletic. You're not doing a lot of hardcore dancing. You're not jogging. Yeah, it's that's how I. If you never want to try cigarettes to see what I'm talking about, no, you never want to do that. You're not missing out on anything, right? It's basically to control rage. Yeah, definitely. I would say that about me. It's definitely to control rage and not being able to be in my regular thing I would do. So I can satisfy that by the 2 hour walks. Yeah, but it's definitely that because it kind of makes sense around age 9, you're becoming more and more of these things captive. When you're a little kid, depending on the household, you can do a little bit of romping around. We grew up in the summers on a campground. But after the divorce, there was probably no more camping like that. And it probably became more and more confining and restricting. And you're in school, and I'm not athletic, and can't go to dancing school. So you probably have a lot of people in my species that were smoking cigarettes if they weren't athletes, bodybuilders, athletes, something that's substituting normal my species behavior. Like maybe rock musicians traveling around because I enjoyed that. Like I was traveling around with Jim Morrison and retarded Mike Rigo. I spent like no time with retarded Mike Rigo. No. I think he was either doing stuff that I didn't know about, which is possible, or he spent most of the time in his hotel room. Yeah, I wasn't. He's like 22 years old. I wasn't hanging out with Gross Jim Morrison to hang around with him. Anyways. Oh God, Gross Jim Morrison is such a drag. Yeah, yeah. No, he said he had a bad back. He was like a year and a half younger than me. What in the world? I gotta get out of this. Just like I know. Could you imagine me in New York City in my 30s? Jesus Christ. just just a craze, skinny jeans and 4-inch heels. Mary Gladys. Just what is this? Oh God, yeah, I gotta get rid of him. It'd probably be. I don't think it would be as vulgar as that Sex and the City show, but no, I definitely wouldn't be like Samantha. It sounds like that, but I think I'm a writer, so I don't think I'd be the Samantha character, but I don't know how much crazy stuff that writer. I don't remember what was her name of the show. I've seen it a couple of times. I always liked Sarah Jessica Parker, but I really didn't watch that show a lot. I saw it a couple of times because I think I thought it was too sexual. I didn't like it. But she was on that Square Peg show. I liked that. What else was she in? Maybe that's all I knew her from. Was she in LA Story? Was that her? Yeah, that was good. That was a wicked good film. So, yeah, that she was really good in that film. If you've never seen it, I'm pretty sure it was her. So, what am I gonna do now? I think he's still down there. So let me see what's over here. I think I already looked at this, didn't I? No, I don't think I did. It's it's the WHDH page. I did the other ones. This doesn't look familiar. Serious car crash on Lowell Drake at Vine sends driver to trauma center. No deal. Well, I feel a little bit better about the eye situation, even though it doesn't make it gone, but it's a thing apparently. Then they have one. It's a different type of cyst. They have one incident of it. It sounds made up. It actually sounds made up, but they have one where they thought it was that because most of the time you get it on your top lid, which is what I have, and then occasionally some people get it on their lower lid. And apparently they thought that's what it was, and they show you a picture of it, and the woman looks like she's Indian, like from India. And then they had to remove it because that's a different type of cyst that doesn't go away on its own. It's like a solid cyst. It sounded made up because they said it's the only incidence of that type of cyst that someone had on their eye. It's they usually get it. It's caused from a follicle, like your hair. They usually get it on their scalp. It might be not made up, but it's so weird. It looks made up. Uh, it's not. Because today in the bathroom, I thought, if you're wondering, like pile cysts or something, like a pile or cyst. There's one that came up. It's not that. That's like the Al had that, the one that you get on your butt. Al had that, and his grandmother had it. It's obviously not that. It's my eye. So, but then there's another one. I can't remember the name of it. Is it a different thing that's a pile or something? That was that one that led to that. That you usually get in your head, and you have to have a surgery to get removed. This is called something else. That's now I forget. It's like schistoson or something. It starts with the C. So I looked that up. It definitely sounds like that. That's why I thought it was a bug bite. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's possible. Still, it's a bug bite. It hasn't been months. It shouldn't take that long for a bug bite to go away. But I felt like it not all the time, but occasionally it seemed itchy. But it could be a coincidence because I thought this eye was kind of had a little bit itchy, and it's probably just pollution and um, time to do the bedding. I probably could sweep and mop in here, and it's like springtime outside, so it's probably just a coincidence, the itchy part of it. But it's exactly like the symptoms said. The first day I noticed it, it was sore. I went, ooh, because I sometimes rub my eyes, and I went, oh. And then I noticed that there was a bump there, and I got freaked out. Yeah, but I could tell it was sore. And then I think it was like the next day, it definitely wasn't sore. And that's what they said happened. So it's probably that. See, and then I noticed like yesterday, it seemed like my whole lid was a little bit swollen. Serious car crash or no bill for being charged in connection with Worcester shooting that left mother and daughter dead. What? That's a different dude, isn't it? Wasn't it a black? No, yeah, isn't that a black dude? Didn't I just look at a page of a dude that's a black dude? That's not the dude. Did you mix up the stories? That's not the dude that they just picked up like yesterday. No, that's not the same dude either, but he definitely was a brunette and his hair was long and down. When I said, oh, I think that's it, that looked almost like a t-shirt that Brian had on. Isn't this? Didn't you just show a picture of a black dude? Right, and he's 27, and the chick is 27. Yeah, you changed the story. Yeah, you did. It was a black guy with like dreadlocks because I said that's the person looks scary, and he was 27, and so was the woman he murdered. I think the kid was 11. Yeah. I don't see any way that's the same dude with the different photo. I mean, the lips are similar, but no. I know you go, what the fuck? That is not the same story you ran on the other page. Anyway, I thought this was the one from the other day or yesterday. Remember, I said I went to it, and when I went back over here, it was gone. Yeah. And then when I went back to it, I thought it was my imagination. But if you're doing shit like that, maybe it's not. It looked like a different t shirt. Like at first it was black, I thought, with white writing. And when I went over there and you got rid of the thing, I had to like exit out of the page and open it up again. Then it looked like it had colors in it. But anyway, whoa. Did he have a knife or a firearm? I don't remember if was it his mother and you didn't kill her, but and then that story's not even, I don't even see a story about that today. No, that dude wouldn't. I don't think I'd be that scared of that dude. Even yeah, I don't get scared of Mexican. I don't know what something that's Spanish. Is that bad to say that I can't tell? I probably couldn't tell you if someone was a Chinese or Japanese. Remember, people get mad at you because I don't do it. That's probably why. And then you get mad at me. You're mad at me because I'm not a bigot. I don't view people in those categories. Okay, get mad at me. Um, no, I don't think I do that about like Spanish dudes. I'm just gonna call them all Spanish. Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, um, what's a Guatemala, all that stuff. Bloop, all the way down. I don't even know what Brazilians. They'd have to tell me the Brazilian. Um, I don't think Brazilians look Spanish. Are they sort of like? Do they look Portuguese? There used to be a bunch of Portuguese people that did those perfume stores in Orlando, and I asked them. I go, "Oh, is that French?" And they said, "No, it's Portuguese," because the language sounded. Yeah, I was so maybe do they look like that in Brazil? Were they Brazilian, but they were speaking Portuguese? Probably like we're Portuguese. That's why we're speaking Portuguese. So those were good perfumes, man. I miss those places, and not that I have money, but they're not expensive. Yeah, but a lot of them smell good. Like the wicked fruity and powdery ones. That's what I like. Like the wicked like girl ones. I used to use Love's Baby Soft for years and years and years when I was like in high school. It just smells like powder. I know, why not just put powder on? I never understood the powder thing. Never been a powder person, yeah. But I mean, yeah, I guess if you do this a smelly powder, if they are I started doing cornstarch for deodorant before I came up there. I don't think I'm in a lesson. No. I bought like mint leaves and I'm trying to crush them with baking soda. I was trying to make my own toothpaste. I'm not kidding you. I was using cornstarch for deodorant. Just it probably sometimes gets weird, but I'll spare you some of it. Like not like gross. Just I'm like washing black beans in a colander like this. Like weird, like a weird witch. Yeah, I like textures too. I'm wicked into textures, but sometimes if a person is like a prophet like that, they're weird. It's not really like done on purpose. It's not like an acting show. And I was drinking like herbal teas because they don't have caffeine in them. Not you need that to, yeah. But it was probably part of a cleanse, but it's like you don't need any of that stuff to be a prophet. You don't need LSD or anything. You're just weird. He does it to your brain. You don't need. He doesn't need opium. He doesn't need LSD. He doesn't need any of that. If they are starving to death, give us the hostages back. Okay, that's terrible. Yeah, that's absolutely terrible. What the fuck? Maybe is that what they're saying? If they're like, we're starving to death, give us the fucking hostages. Because clearly the hostages are fucking starving to death too. Get it? Duh. Because someone probably knows that they starved people to death and they won't admit that these people are fucking dead. That's what I would say. I'm not trying to write script and make up a story, but just based on that and what I'm looking at and knowing how sick people are, I know. Could you imagine how scary that is? Right? Like, where are these people? All you have to do is you are holding people literally hostage. Where the fuck are they? Hand them over to us. And these people are crying that they're fucking starving to death. If you're starving to death, how are these hostages fucking eating that you won't let from wherever the fuck you're holding them at? Right? Because clearly, I don't know if it's true, but there's a concern. It gets worse and worse and worse. There's a concern that they would literally hold hostages just to demand and demand and demand things. Like whatever the fuck that Luquette person meant when she went on medical leave, I can't help her. You get what I'm saying? Like you're not ordering anybody around by fucking denying me things. Oh yeah, I mean 15 years of this shit's enough. And you go, look, lady, if you're a lady, I know the people that are allowing you to do this are printing everybody fucking money. Not you're getting money by doing this to me. Okay? You're not some evil thing and they're a fucking innocent victim. You're all the same species. And I'm pretty sure that your fucking game is over. You just don't get it. Uh, they outlawed Florida alimony and they said Mar-a-Lago all over a fucking TV since 2015. It's been almost a decade of this shit. Not anybody's playing both sides of the fucking field. It's a huge God sent delusion, and it's just amazing, amazeballs that you things think that other people are that fucking stupid, and to be stupid for 15 years. I don't know how long you're going to be down there for, though, because I'm starting to get hungry. And I know you're using the oven, and I want to use the oven. So it's Friday, so I'm sure there's probably pizza going on. But
it's not really a bad thing. So I notice sometimes I get basically triggered because, right, it can't make that much sense because usually I have to tell myself to eat, and I haven't even had almonds and raisins. Yeah, it's a good thing he's down there cooking now and not later. So, anyways, I don't know if I'm gonna do a salad tonight. Do I really want to put brisket on a salad? I have like one. I know tomorrow's the food pantry too. I have like one of those romaine lettuce things left. None of it's gone bad. I know, none of it's gone bad. I have like one of those romaine lettuces left, and then I have the bags of that pre-made stuff that I was telling the person last week was good. I don't know if she eats salads, but because sometimes you don't know, it's like this stuff is actually really good. Yeah, I don't use any of the thing inside of it. The mix pot. It's just the roughage. That stuff goes in the trash. The stuff they tell you to put on it. Um, I don't know if I. That's probably kind of for chicken. I don't know if I want to put brisket on that. Yeah, like I think I might just want to eat the meat without having it mixed in with vegetables, like it's a piece of steak. But it's gonna be cut in half at least, even though it's gonna shrink into nothing. That's a pound and a half, supposedly. I mean, a 3 pound brisket is probably a pound and a half of meat. Yeah, I don't think I'll eat the whole piece of meat at once. You'd be surprised how much of the corned beef you can eat. It's like weird when, yeah, I mean, you have 8 people and you boil one of those and it becomes this big for 8 people on St. Patrick's Day. Because I don't know, it might have been me, but it was someone's idea to do that instead of a smoked shoulder. But it's not pork. Yeah. Because she always did it and I did it too. And then for some reason we started using corned beef, which is probably what it's supposed to be, but it's wicked good with the smoked shoulder. Yeah, like if you're an older person, right? So what is this they're saying? Floating pier to deliver aid to Gaza. It sounds made up. What are they saying? I think they're making fun of the people at the food pantry. I know, but you go, it just seems like that, but you go, I don't want to be laughing about something if it's real, but I'm sorry. I know you just go, they show a person with a stroller, right? That's why. And it says Israeli protesters trying to get around a police blockade to disrupt aid intended for Gaza. Yeah, like it, like if people are actually suffering, like I've actually suffered in the 13 years. That's why I'm hesitant about laughing at stuff, if you were wondering. Like, it's not that I can't see some, like an interpretation of that would actually be funny, but unfortunately, people aren't just making up horrific things going on. Yeah, they really aren't. Just, I know that myself after what I've been through, but this is a good way to get people into a discussion about what they think is going on and another thing. Okay. Right. Because then if they think that's what's going on, you wonder if they're primates. Right. I guess that's one of the things that people could have actually said about me. But, like, if you're thinking that, is it possible that you're a primate? Like, why would you understand all that? That's a question that would have been actually an intelligent, reasonable question. But um, I think that God tells me things and I recognize behaviors because I've probably studied primates. So, yeah, I really don't do those behaviors. But um, it's not really like they do it on purpose either. Right. I think that it's like a reaction to another action and it's subconscious. But they may give testimony that contradicts that, and then people have an interest in it because other primates don't talk. Right? They don't want to be rude to people. It's just they do study other primates that don't talk, and it gives them. I don't know because you have to remember it's not the same brain. It can't be the same brain because they drive and they talk and they do walk. They just don't like doing it. So it can't be the same brain. So, but clearly there is a mix in there. There's definitely their brain is similar to a primate, and the psyche seems to be because they would know that over the course of history, studying people with brain disease that didn't, especially the ones that weren't displaying that until their brain got sick, and then it got progressively more like a primate. So that's how they would know by studying people with brain disease. So, and then having time to talk to people where they might be a little bit more honest outside of their persona. Probably people that are uh, going and asking, talking to clergy members about what's going to happen and forgiveness, and people that are nearing the end of life, and like they like having people have an interest in them. So they agree to talking to various people about themselves in depth. So, like it, some of them, this is one of the things I don't know if I've ever mentioned it or it's been a long time, maybe 10 years since I was talking about it. I think they do this thing where they think that they have wisdom, and there comes a point in time basically where they sit and then people just sit around listening to them talk. That definitely seems to be like a primate behaviorism. I've noticed it. Um, some people even sit with their legs crossed. I used to see that in Quincy and think people just sit around listening to them talking because they got psychological suggestion by these Buddha photos and stuff. Um, uh, she did that where she thought that people were supposed to just listen to her, ask her questions and stuff. Like, um, I was explaining that to Brian about this man named Robert. He was coming out with stuff, memorabilia or something, because he's a veteran. And I go, oh my God, he's doing that thing that my mother does. I'm like, just watch. It's something that happens to them where they start to think that everything has a significance. And it's just, it gets like sort of more kind of freakish as their brains are getting sicker and sicker. Right? Just every little, like she just has like a million crosses. Like, yeah, like they cling on to things because they're probably getting scared because they're getting older and stuff. But like everything has a significance. All the wicked religious stuff all has to have a significance and be like, oh, and they've got all the special, like wicked Catholic, right? All the Fatima stuff, the books, and you just go, oh my God. It's difficult too because it's the Passover. It was easier in the past. That's why I go zip it. It was easier in the past because you just go, you're just gonna cycle back here. I know about your religious doctrine, but you're at the end of your life now, right? Right? It's like you're just gonna cycle back here. You need to really calm down. So it's different now because I I can't tell them that because I don't believe it to be true. I tell the truth where I think that whatever it is they're doing, I don't really believe in non existence unless they believe in it. Because I'm not going to tell them to that degree what God is saying. Right? I can't really tell another person what God is telling them. I have to listen to what they're saying and then consider that what it could possibly be. Um, I used to put more credence into what she was saying, and then it became sort of less and less. And then I could still see that sometimes she says things she probably doesn't even know what she's saying. Like it's God just talking through her brain. Uh, so he does it too, and I think it's just God doing it to help comfort me. Not they know what they're saying, right? So that can be a little bit confusing at first if you think something's registering in their brain that's not. Um, but like the memorabilia and stuff. But anyways, it be everything I just said is kind of what I'm thinking. Uh, whatever brain they're in, that's their reality, and that's what they want. Like they're created to change. They're created to eventually. She used to say, "There's not going to be any more of that." She was saying there's not going to be any more cycling. That's what she kept saying. I know you go, and the cycles of rebirth. Okay, I can't really argue with that at this point. When people don't want to be my species, they don't want to be my species. It's stuff that, you just go, there can't be 8 billion people. I agree with that. There really can't. Because I'm in it. Someone from India would like to talk to me about some of the things. Exactly. Because they're probably like, Mary, there's no way. We're like piled on top of each other here. There is no possible way. And these people won't stop having children. The earth can't expand that fast. Right? Just, I agree because I'm here where there's not that many people and I'm already frightened by it. So, yeah, I agree there can't be 8 million people. So it's got to be something else. And that explains why they did in Exodus 20. They didn't go poof and turn into me. right? It's no, it never made sense to me that somehow they're gonna. It never made sense to me. Why have a transition plan? It was as if I, yeah, I know, because they were. Everybody's probably going. There's no possible way that makes sense. This woman is insane. It actually does make sense, right? If a whole population is going to die, they need to be in an area where they can get cared for. It actually does make sense. Okay. And like so that people don't starve, right? Just it does make sense. The presumption was you're all going to die and you're going to stop having children. I didn't know that people were going to do rapid reproduction. And at the beginning, and it has to do with everything not shutting down. At the beginning, they clearly listened to me because the statistics show your birth rate went down. They literally were listening, and then someone decided to do chaos. But I mean, the extinction still would have gone on. But all of these births wouldn't have happened, right? It's they must have started thinking. I don't know what they started thinking. Did they start going back to Christianity and stuff? That's to control the behavior, but yeah, something happened where they went. This is retarded. If we don't have children or something, something happened. You can look it up. I looked it up and went, "Oh my God, they were actually listening." And then all that went out the window. It doesn't stop the Passover. Is that what it was? They went, "Wait a minute, it's the Passover anyway." Okay. Did everybody individually think that they had the immunity? Okay, well, that's a little bit disappointing considering where I'm laying at. Not surround. I wouldn't be surrounded, Jesus dear God, in a bedroom, surrounded by 6 other people. Get it? I have no idea. I mean, it's kind of a big house, so with the way that everything is now, yeah. I don't know if I have a plan that I'd have be living in a house with children with the rest of my life when they grow into adulthood. I don't know. I don't think I don't have those types of thoughts. I guess I don't think that far ahead. I didn't make plans for them when I was having them. Let's put it that way. I don't think that far ahead. Yeah, I don't. I don't do that. I understand that your species does it. Not I understand it from her and other people I've met. They when they have children, they plan out that exactly how everything's going to go. So there must be a lot of disappointment in life. I don't do that. Yeah, you just live your life and see how it evolves. I didn't. I wasn't like, and then they're gonna do this, and they're gonna get married, or they're gonna get their own house. And I considered encouraging uh, not moving that far because originally I wanted to buy a whole bunch of acres so they can have their own house. Right. So I definitely was not like, I got to get away from these people. I wasn't like that. But I wanted to build even on what I had, which isn't really the greatest for that many people, but I wanted to build a 3-car garage with an apartment above it and convert my 3-car garage into like a gym, like a home gym. That's what I would have done had I stayed in my house. And then the oldest, when she was an adult, rather than moving away, exactly, that's how you keep your children from moving away from you. You go, well, this is the apartment above the garage because they want to get out of their mother's house. Yeah. Then she can be like an adult in her own apartment rather than moving away. So I would have been probably like that. because I was already thinking that in my mind because she was like in high school. So yeah, I probably would have been like that had I had a chance to continue on what I was doing. Because I was already getting rid of him. I was already getting rid of him, right? Because he was, oh yeah, as soon as they're 18, the countdown to 18. The countdown to 18. Okay. I know, just what is this? Uh, Just a person like that, that's what you think about your children? The countdown to 18 so you can throw them out of your house? I think you should be on Veterans Road, dude, and not in this house. Seriously. You sound like a welfare queen. The countdown to 18, except you'd be worried about it because how are you going to live there when you don't have any more kids? Anyways, probably in my next thing, I'll probably live in a humongous mansion because that's how God works. He's not going to allow people that this is my fucking life. 53 years of this shit? That's not fucking possible. Not possible. They'll probably let me live in one of those Newport mansions before God blows them off. Right? Yeah, you just go, that is not fucking possible. They probably got mansions overseas too, wherever the fuck I go. It's God, it's Almighty. Right, because I've never been able to have my own fucking place either. That's the other thing. Right? You just go, this is fucking complete insanity. Did I mention that before I went into that room? That's probably why that disgusting Boyle called the person goes, I gotta have my own apartment. Why do you gotta have your own apartment? Because I've never had my own place. It is that because you're psychopathically deranged. That's why you went to Florida and you didn't know I had children. And you're going like this, like you're me in a fucking video. Give me a break. It's the only reason you care about having your own apartment. You're trying to thwart your pussy at 12 women in a rooming house, and then you have another house in Hingham, same thing. And you're on a text message, and Kathy's your best friend, and you're texting her from the fucking airplane because you want your own place. Fucking break. Say something that makes fucking sense. I smell actually pizza cooking now, so that's what I was saying. It's not yeah, I don't have a right to complain. It's just I wouldn't even notice except that when I like go down there and then I that's the only reason I would know it takes a really long time. Like for some reason that oven is gonna heat up for about an hour. Then a pizza goes into it and then I think some of it is because he's trying to get her like prepared to eat. He wants the food to be hot, I think. He wants to like eat the meals with her and stuff. I noticed. He made like a rotisserie chicken and he didn't eat it because she was sleeping. Oh yeah, he had a pretty good 2 or 3 years with her. Last year was difficult with the constant screaming about changing her clothes like every 3 days and running out of diapers, but it's kind of similar to now, except she was walking around then. But by the time I got here, she wasn't cooking for him anymore. He had begun cooking food when we were still at the other house. So she was still doing dishes and stuff. At the other house, it was cooking food, doing laundry, everything. So probably wasn't expecting a rapid decline like that, but it does happen. So it is, the whole thing seems insidious, doesn't it? Like in terms of Candy and Norm, as soon as she started actually declining, they just fucking took off and left her in a house, knowing that someone was going to come and take her out of it. You just go, what the fuck, man? That was like a 10-year battle royal over a person that you don't even intend to care for now that she's that disabled. Whoa. All the person ever cared about was thinking she was going to get a house, obviously. And then it just destroyed the woman's entire life plan. Well, I don't know if anyone else offered that, but he has an income. So if she had signed a mortgage with another person, that may have never happened. They may have been able to. Why wouldn't she be able to pay her bills? By the way, when she gets $3,600 a month, how did that ever make any fucking sense? Oh yeah, the whole thing is a bunch of fucking nonsense. You have a person that was supposed to be paying half a mortgage and half a utilities who wasn't doing it and would not stop telling people she was the one doing it. She wasn't the one doing it. None of it really matters, but I'm a witness to all of it. And she was giving her a check every fucking month. First, it was a house account that she controlled. And then somewhere along the way, she couldn't do that anymore. And she was writing her checks because she was getting old and losing her mind. And then all of a sudden, it was probably as soon as she didn't have the house account anymore, all of a sudden the mortgages are being fucking paid. But she's still writing a person a check for a fucking half a mortgage every month. I think she was paying the utilities, all of them, not just half of them, not the electric bill, but she was because she couldn't have her electric bill shut off. She does the fraud shit too. She knew what she was doing. She set herself up on machines so that they couldn't shut her fucking electric bill off, so she didn't pay it. She's notorious for not paying her fucking electric bill. She was like that long before any person named Norm moved into a fucking house. I have a memory in my fucking head. She's notorious for that shit with their fucking electric bill. She clearly knows all these rules and regulations about veterans and people on machines. She got herself one of those fancy fucking CPAPs, and then they could not shut her fucking electric bill off. She was paying the sewer and the water and the cable bill. What else was there? Right? She paid half a mortgage. I know you go. Her SNAP card, that when she had a SNAP card, it was being used each and every month to buy groceries. My SNAP card was being used. Tommy had a SNAP card that was being used, all by the same person. Anyways, I don't know if she thought that she was supposed to stop paying the mortgage because the whole anonymous thing. She never stated that to me, so I can't see that that was the reason. Right. She told me she concocted some nonsense about she broke an agreement, so she stopped paying the mortgage. And then I think she forgot that she told me that. Right. It's like a forced utterance, like when Brian Buchanan told me about all his drug use and then forgot. He literally forgot he told me that. So I think sometimes they forget they tell me things. She just made up some nonsense about an agreement. I don't know if she was having mental illness already or something. Right. Just because you moved Barbara's children in here and a boyfriend. Okay. That's why. Because she had James in the house, and apparently Candy and Norm contributed to James being forced out of the house. And then Tommy was there too. I think Tommy moved in when Jim was still there. So she went into a mortgage with this woman and didn't have a fucking boyfriend at the time. Yeah, she didn't expect her to move a man into her fucking house. Yeah, just I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that these people do, but that entire thing was just, that was a bad idea. She put all of her trust in that child. And it's just, clearly, she still has the other two children paying attention to her. I don't really pay attention to her. I don't abuse her or anything, but I don't really pay attention to her. I didn't tell her I was going to pay half of her fucking mortgage and half of the bills and take care of her the rest of her fucking life. I've never, ever made any of those promises. Even when she would ask me, you can get Social Security if you, and I was like, I am not doing that. Candy is one of the people, but Tommy would have to admit he was like this too with Cindy because she used to give Cindy money. She was giving everybody fucking money. Uh, Candy was saying she wanted to get a restraining order against Cindy because of coming to the house. Where the fuck is Candy now? Nowhere. Cindy was just here today. She used to pay Scott's fucking cable bill. I know you go, that's what she does. She was giving everybody money. She wasn't really giving me money until she was living with Tommy. She was probably afraid I was gonna fucking leave. Probably. Because she was like, I'm sure, I think she completely went downhill after Candy and Norm left. She didn't know. She still talks like that now, like she doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Because it's just so insane. Right? Just foreclose a house, have it auctioned off, all the while you're applying for housing for you and your boyfriend, and then you move into it and never talk to the woman again. That is like completely. I know they're having their own problems, but you just go, you have to think about the situation. I know you go, I probably sound like an asshole because quote unquote people let me stay in the house. Did you really let me stay in the house? Because by March of 2012, I was at a homeless shelter. So I'm not really sure that was what was going on. I mean, really get real. I'm not really sure that's what's going on. I'm pretty sure that that person is your mother and my mother, and she was letting me stay there. Right? Just get real. She may not have exactly cared, but you go, I think honestly, it was really sort of outrageous. I agree that it was probably bad when Tommy moved in, but I think it was outrageous when Barbara's children were living there. I really think that that was the time period where you go, yeah, in a normal, otherwise normal family, that would have been when the other siblings probably could have stepped in and it ordered for her to have an evaluation and to find out what was going on. But she would have probably sworn up and down at that time that everything was fine. But doctors sometimes have a way of finding out things like when you signed this agreement, were these people living in the house with you? No? Okay. Was Norman living in a house with you when you agreed for your daughter to be on your mortgage? That's how you find out things. Not you just ask an elderly person what's going on. Right? Just how did Candy end up with Barbara's children? They were in the care of the children's other grandmother. I only found that out from Candy herself. Because I wasn't living here when all that shit went down. They were already living in the house with them. So she told me herself they were in the father's mother's care, and that she said I wasn't gonna let that bitch get that money. Apparently DTA cash. Okay. Apparently that's one of the things they do. If you don't know anything about these people, um, their children will sometimes I don't. Wasn't she off doing drugs? Okay, they will literally relinquish children to their mother just to get more money. Apparently, that's something they do. I'm not kidding you. Because clearly, she was in contact with her daughter. Her daughter wasn't missing. I never knew her daughter to be living in a homeless shelter. Right. Was she off? Did she have a boyfriend at the time? I remember hearing something about her acting weird and stuff. Okay. So they will literally relinquish a child to their mother so that they can get more money. When they're in the house visiting the children, going out, getting another boyfriend, having more children, you just go, I don't understand what the fuck this is. Why don't I have fucking children? Get what I'm saying? Carrie. Oh, DCF doesn't do that. I get that. They really don't, do they? Unless you're fucking married and they want to destroy your fucking life, then they do it. They don't just make up shit. Yes, they do. How did they make up that a married man was found guilty of non-payment of child support when I'm not even fucking divorced? They literally ran him through like he was a fucking DOR case. I know you just go, what the fuck? That it's exactly what Karen said. That they lost all their fucking children because they couldn't pay their electric bill during a fucking Holocaust. It's all done on purpose. I know, I can't believe people are still fucking talking like that after I explained it. I went to Orlando, and I'm sure it's probably worse in Georgia. And the person on the bus pointed it out to me and goes, "That's the shelter that they keep the children, the teenagers in. That's the teenagers shelter. They don't even let them live with their fucking parents. There's no family fucking shelters." Oh yeah, could you imagine throwing a bunch of fucking teenagers in with what? What are they being thrown in with? I can only fucking imagine. The most vile of anybody's fucking disgusting, just got kicked out of public housing. Children, they do it on purpose because I think that they think that they're psychopathically deranged, but what they're doing is trying to fucking mix breed people's fucking children and shit because their children are all fucked up. You go, you're trying to destroy people's children that people raised correctly, or you're like demented fucking monkeys. You're clearly demented fucking monkeys, but because you're psychopaths and you don't have a pure monkey's brain, it gets fucked up like that. Like everything you do is intended to be fucking sadistic and ruining people and stealing children and having their children raped and having their children be raped by someone of a different fucking monkey face color and stuff. You're just completely disgusting. Just so you know, none of those people are going to survive. God already explained it to me. Like, this is like different than it's ever been. But I mean, clearly it's a swoop of fucking death. But since 2011, you were told forced breeding was over. So anybody that did that shit, all of those offspring are probably extremely mentally retarded and they're all going to die. Right? Because you were told that you weren't going to be doing that. So a lot of the stuff that people have been doing for 13 years has no actual meaning. It's difficult to live through, but it has no actual meaning. It's like you're allowed to do that so that we're not starving to death like they're showing you on CNN as you all die off. Because you go into these panic modes like you did in 2020 and you start trying to hoard food when you don't need to do it. Yeah, like it's just a thing that apparently the primates do because everything is about eating, if you noticed, even in their sicknesses and stuff. It's not about exercise, it's about everything they eat. Um, who knows if it's some sort of weird, profoundly retarded brain about purity of genetics and being healthy. That might be the only reason they eat. Maybe they don't even enjoy eating. Yeah, because if people with dementia have like a reduced brain, you'd have to someone that studies or has housed the profoundly mentally retarded, which you don't see outside. You don't see profoundly. I may use that term sometimes, but you don't see profoundly mentally retarded people outside. Okay, it's too dangerous for them in the public. They live in institutions in people's houses. They have to live in specialized housing. There's videos of them. Yeah, they're not outside. So it depends if they have a difficulty getting them to eat. Right, then that would answer my question about actual monkeys. Like if they even enjoy eating, or God has their brain thinking things that only like things that my brain, I guess, would. Yeah, like it's more about not getting sick, maybe. Everything is about purity and not being sick or something. And so that's how they get them to even eat food. It would make sense. Did they do these feeding frenzies when one of them, when the dominant sick is getting old and laying down all the time? Do they go into feeding frenzies? They may interpret low blood sugar as a panic attack, maybe. Someone already did this, right? Okay. Sean. Someone goes, don't give, in my story, someone goes, don't give Sean that much credit, please, dear God. Archetypes, come on. Do they interpret low blood sugar as, okay, maybe, and then they go into an anxiety panic, and so it's more eating? So they don't feel like a hunger. They get like low blood sugar. Well, I don't usually get I don't usually get low blood sugar. Yeah, um, I can start getting in a rage if I'm hungry or thirsty or tired. I can start getting in a rage. Yeah, but I don't get shaky. The only time that happens is if I eat a lot of carbs the night before. Um, I might the next day have that. Or if I eat before I take my walk. It doesn't happen every time I take a walk after I eat, but it's so uncomfortable when it happens that I always take my walk first. Yeah, it makes it kind of sucky because, yeah, but it's got to be just God doing it. It helps do the intermediate fasting. There's got to be some reason I'm doing it. Because yeah, if you could eat a meal and take a walk if you could take a walk in the morning, eat and take another walk, that's how I found out I had it because I was doing that. And I went, whoa, I hope it doesn't happen this time. And then I thought it was from eating those Super Bowls. I thought it was from the oatmeal, which maybe it is. It would probably make it worse if I eat a oatmeal and then try to take a walk. It happened to me at the shelter. There was a brief period of time where I was eating breakfast because I had taken as many calories as I could. I was like, effing, they were starving me because I can't live on simple carbs. I was being starved there at that place. So, anyways, I was eating like yogurt and Cheerios and a cereal and bagels and stuff I was trying to eat in the morning at breakfast. And then it kept happening when I took my walk. By the time I got to the beach, which is the end of my walk, I'd start getting wicked shaky, like it just completely a sugar crash because I'm not supposed to be releasing insulin or something then. Yeah, I didn't know what was going on until I looked it up. Do you remember I saw the jogger? I hope he saw me because maybe that's what was happening to him in Naughty Asmania. He was like all shaky, and it's like, are you taking a jog after that? Okay. I hope you have mania, okay? Because yeah, that's what's happening. It's called insulin sensitivity. Maybe that's the people that jog in the morning. They go, that's why we jog first, right? They probably like, duh, you cracked the code. Clearly, you never talk to people that are not slugs before in your life. That's why we jog in the morning and then have breakfast. Oh, that's why people go to the gym at 4 a.m. Maybe, and not after work. Okay, that makes sense too. Yep, they get up wicked early, go to the gym. Some of them are probably jogging in the morning, and then they probably have like eggs and stuff, right? That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I usually do intermediate fasting 'cause it seems like that has something to do with my thing. Yeah, they'd probably go whatever's working for you, obviously, especially with the medical condition. But I'm not a jogger either. Oh God, I am having allergies. Itchy palate. I had it wicked bad in Florida, and I started taking what's it called, Zyrtec, the one for the prescription. I was explaining it to him. It doesn't actually make your allergies go away, but when you have them as bad as I had, I usually don't agree with medication, but I took it briefly, and it sucks because all it does is make you feel hungover. Well, I shouldn't say all it does because I took it for a reason. I literally could not stop sneezing. Like I get wicked itchy palate, and then I start sneezing and sneezing and sneezing, and that thing, that dangle thing, starts to get sore. I literally couldn't stop sneezing. So yeah, I took a prescription one for a little bit of time, and I just had like that deep. I call it dehydrated, which is probably tired. I had like that hungover, dehydrated feeling, and I still had a little bit itchy, but I think it stopped the sneezing. Like my allergies were that bad. So it's apparently we're in allergy season now. 6 hours. Guess I'll shut this off and do my food and listen to my traps. Yeah, cut stuff. You can see it there. See that thing? Yeah. I know it totally freaked me the wrong eye. Whoa. It's supposedly supposed to clear up on its own in a couple of weeks or a month.